How's it going, Mark?
How you doing, brother Phil?
Good.
Hey, family, can you hear me? Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Phyllis is beautiful.
Oh. How are you all doing?
What, David, you owe her money or something, or what?
Probably. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Where's my coffee, Phyllis?
I just sent Lilith a notice saying it's time for my coffee. Mommy, look at your hair. My hair's going to be like that pretty soon.
I'm going to grow mine out to a fro, too. It's going to be awesome.
No.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Uh-oh, I think my coffee's coming.
Well, it's almost poured. I just came in.
Oh.
I wanted to thank
I
wanted to thank Davey.
Hello.
Hey, Lou.
Hi, Davey. Thank you for that arrowhead. That's beautiful.
Oh, awesome. My pleasure. Thank you for the inspiration.
You're
It's
welcome.
awesome.
You're welcome.
You know what? That video of you and Mark at the like where Mark went out to New Mexico, it was just so inspiring, and that's what made me think about that. And it was just so awesome. I was like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, to somebody actually photograph, you know what I mean? Just the whole incident was amazing.
Mark's experience was mostly spiritual on that journey he made. And that was amazing. And that stone, there's more to be told about that stone, I'm sure, but I've been infatuated with it since the early 2000s, it's just an amazing thing. I've been gravitating more and more to the significance of that. That's the oldest Hebrew record that we really have that dates back to the days of Solomon, Shlomo. And
one of us has actually touched it.
And it's the 10 Commandments. Yeah, Mark has touched it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know.
That's I can't believe that, because you can even see in the picture, that it pushed the trees back, you know what I mean? And just that whole concept for him to touch it too. It's just because that's the thing. Because I think we were saying that the Hebrew, they were sea people, you know what I mean? So a lot of the like the boats and the ships to come over here, and because everybody thinks that they're of the land, and it's nah, they were here before everybody. And actually, it seems like the Indians are pretty much them. I just find it all fascinating.
Yeah, that's them. Yeah.
And I know that you said that you have that in your blood too, right?
Yeah. Phyllis and I are both from this area, is Kentucky, and of course we merged with a lot of British people too. But yeah,
I actually remember my grandmother Shawhan. Great grandmother, and she was like fourth Cherokee. I remember seeing her and talking to her.
Yeah,
all covered up in her cloaks.
my dad came from a little area called Big Clifty, Kentucky, and he was indigenous. You could see it on his nose, the shape of his nose. And his mother, before she died, I got to see her a few times, and she was just as Indian as you can be.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
That's awesome.
What did you want, Phil?
Isn't the Cherokee, don't they use the word for the Great Spirit, Yahuwah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Say Yahuwah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So.
Yeah. And the Chippewa, the Chippewa, Dan Lachendra lives on a street called Chippewa Road.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's awesome. How's he doing?
Oh, he's supposed to be looking into he's going back into surgery, let's say that, around November 4th. So we're praying for him every day, but it's going to be the real thing, I think, on November 4th or very soon after that. But they have to do some preliminary things, and then he'll be going under the knife.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I'm going to go get you some coffee.
Yes, Phil's already asked me. Hi, Chance.
I would go
Hi.
grab coffee.
Shalom.
And Miss Sandra, I know you're here. I'm glad you are.
Oh, there she is.
Morning, loves. How
Good
are
morning.
you?
Morning.
Shabbat shalom.
And
I'll be back.
Kathlena, how are you doing this? You
Okay.
got a pretty smile this morning, Kathlena.
Thank you.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Kathlena.
hey, who's this princess, Chance?
It's Isabella. Can you say hi?
Hi.
Can you say Yahuwah?
Yahuwah.
Yeah, very good.
Very good.
Shalom. How
Good
are you this morning?
Isabella.
Well,
You're
Can you
beautiful.
say shalom?
Shalom.
Say it louder. Say shalom. There you go.
Shalom. Hello.
Shalom,
How old are you?
princess.
Can you say 3? I'm 3.
Three.
You're 3. My Winnie is 7. So I have a little girl. She's 7. Sometimes you'll see her.
Is Winnie in first grade or second grade?
She just started first grade,
Okay.
and it's funny because everybody in my family is big readers,
Okay.
and she comes and she's like, I don't really like reading. I like math. And I was like, ooh.
Nice. Yeah, nice.
Mommy was not the math person, but mommy took a lot of math classes. So she got 100 on her math test last week, and I told her I would take it to my grad office and put it up because I'm in my 3rd and final year of grad school. So
Oh, awesome.
Wow.
my
Good for
life
you.
is insane now.
Yeah, I had to pull her out of a JESUS. She was going to a JESUS Loves Me school to learn, and she came home singing a song to me about JESUS, and I was like, whoop, pulled her out of there, and that was a pretty bad deal. My Asha and her mom kind of influenced that one.
Well, you could have just taught her the real way and say, Yahusha loves me. Yes, I know. Right?
Yeah, I did it
me.
peacefully,
Yes,
but
I know.
Phyllis, she wasn't saying like 1 + 1 is 2 or telling me any letters she was learning. She was telling me about JESUS, and I just didn't want her indoctrinated.
I hear you, honey. I agree.
Yeah.
We took our we thought we were going to put our son in a Catholic school to avoid the public busing. This thing likes my scarf. And after like halfway, when he did fine in kindergarten, then when he went to first grade, and they said he had they were doing the Christmas tree thing, and we were talking to him about that. And there was something else that was in the Bible. Anyway, back then it was the Bible, but and he says, well, we don't think the Bible is a real thing. It's just a guide to teach us how we should live. We don't have to pay that much of attention to it. And I said,
wow.
You're out of there. That was before we even knew the name or anything. We took him out of there.
Who said that, Phyllis? One of the main pastors, or?
Oh, it was the principal of the Catholic.
It was the Catholic.
Wow.
Oh,
That
no.
surprises me.
Lou said it was the Catholic priest himself.
Yeah, it was the priest. Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah.
surprising.
Yeah, I was raised baptized and raised Catholic too, Phyllis. So I know exactly. I went to Bible camp and stuff. My mom put me in that cult really early. That
It's not
yeah.
over here. There he is.
Yeah.
Your mom put you in that. Well, Lou's mom put him in that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's cool.
Where'd you find that, Lou?
It was a gift.
Davy sent it.
Look at that smile.
He sent Phyllis a
Tell you what,
too.
Dave is very generous. He sent me one of your what's it called? Dongles. I don't know what they're called. The US HDMI ports or whatever for the. So it has all your studies on it, and for him to go out of his way to get that for me, the USB.
Yeah.
So you're awesome, Dave. Thanks, man.
I'm going to go out and get my necklace. I forgot.
I love and appreciate you all. That's awesome.
Davey, how are you doing after the storm? Is everything good?
Yeah, I'm cool now. That was a little rough. But definitely praise Yahusha. Things are back, and like I just went grocery shopping. It was cool. I was living off of this protein shake mix that I've had, and I'm like, yeah, I'm getting tired of that. So
drawers you pull out.
How's the area? Is your community okay? Like,
yeah, it's opening back up. We were blessed because it was coming right at us, and a lot of trees got knocked down. But like, it wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. So that's the cool thing. And then the people down south who got flooded, they're still, yeah, it's crazy, you know.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah, my family's in Eastern North Carolina, but like my mom does all like the sheep shows and festivals and stuff. And the big one that she does in Asheville is completely canceled. It's this big thing. It's this Southeastern Sheep and Wool Festival, and it because the roads are washed out still from the previous storms, so like
it's horrible.
That whole corridor all the way up through Western North Carolina is trashed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just play. I remember because we went to the East Coast and tornadoes touched down, like they were following us on I-10, and cars were flipping into houses, and we're like 5 hours southeast, and it was happening there, and I'm like, this is just crazy. So when I came online, I was a little out of it, so I'm sorry about that. But it was funny. But I had that stuff, and I'm like, I don't want this to get taken away, so I actually mailed the stuff to y'all from the East Coast. Like it was just because I wanted to make sure it got there. So I was like, that's cool. But but very blessed. Like all the trees fell away from the buildings around here, which is like perfect. It was yeah, but enough about me. But it was just awesome. I appreciate it.
Oh no, I was just when you had said you were in it, like my children's father and their family is in Valdosta, Georgia. So like they were in the track of the storm, and a lot of my friends and I got my bachelor's degree down there, and so a lot of my professors, you know, were sharing damage of their homes and like trees through their houses, and just like, you know, it's being in Ohio, I'm so far away. You feel kind of helpless because I can't just drive down there and help them, you know, clear out their yards, or, you know, it was awful. And yeah, but everybody was safe. They just lost property. So, you know, praise Yahuwah for those graces.
Yeah. I mean, it was I don't want to take any attention or anything, but that was scary. But then I look at the people that got plummeted, especially in North Carolina. I'm a bit of a, you know, I look at things the way they happen. I just find it very awkward that place got hit the way that it did. You know what I mean? And that they're not helping them. There's people. I mean, they're sending body bags up there all the time, and it's like that's just. We should pray for them, and we should appreciate what we have. That's why, like every day, I take a walk, I breathe, you know, I study the Word, and just love as much as I can. You know what I mean? Because I think that's all we have time for. And I don't know, but enough. Yeah, but I appreciate you. That's yeah, it was crazy, but power came back on a couple days later. It was funny. I remember I got online. I'm like using the battery, and I'm plugged in my car. It was so awesome. I'm like, okay, I can sit in my house and it's hot. I'm like, no, I'm gonna go in my car and use the air conditioning. So, which is awesome. But anyway, enough. But how you doing, Josh? Good. Cool.
Doing well, man. Doing well.
Definitely awesome.
Hanging in there. But
Cool.
I feel pretty good, and you know, I've been blessed, so I'm thankful for that, and I'm gonna keep chugging along here.
Yeah. So that's good. What about you, Raul? How's everything going?
I say that Yahuwah put a protection on us because there's, I think, only 3 counties of Western North Carolina that did not get hit, and one of them was ours, because we're the most western county in North Carolina. It's
Wow.
called Cherokee County.
Wow.
Okay, so right up there's a range of mountains that anytime that to go over to the area that was hit, you got to go through a gorge to get to that side. And anything from that side, I mean, part of I-40 won't be open till September of 2025.
That's
how
so
bad.
crazy.
And part of I-26 also.
Wow.
And what does I-40 take you to and from?
I-40 goes all the way. Okay, it's closed from Asheville to Knoxville, Tennessee. So it goes east-west, and then 26 goes north-south, but I don't remember exactly the section that was closed there. But even part of the Blue Ridge Parkway is closed.
See,
the part of Chimney Rock was destroyed. That little town of Chimney Rock, that was all gone.
Really?
Is that by like where Sugar Mountain and Beach Mountain is?
Yes, that's near Boone. Yeah, all that area in there.
I was just gonna move there. I was gonna move there like last year because I was gonna go because I go skiing there. I just drive up for a day and go skiing, come home. Oh
the
my
first time I
gosh.
tried skiing was in Sugar Mountain. Not very successful, but
I was like me too. Actually, my first time was Winter Park, Colorado. I was 8 years old. I was a little chubby kid, and they said you can't use the poles. So I go down. I'm using the skis, and I see the sign that says Black Diamond, and I'm like, oh, that's got to be cool. And yeah, and that was like straight down, and I had to learn how to go back and forth, and that was. But I love North Carolina. I always like Appalachian Trail, but that's such a shame.
So most of the people in those counties, a lot of them are being supplied from Franklin. It's a town, Franklin, and from us here in Murphy, because a lot of them that were further west have come to our town to get supplies, plus everything that we've sent from here, because they've sent, they've sent groups of mules, because there's certain areas that they can't even get with the ATVs. It has to be horseback.
Aren't they using aerial support as well? Like the National Guard is dropping supplies too
from helicopters. And hey, Chance, is Chance there?
I think he.
Josh, come get your cat.
I'll talk to him later.
She's yelling at me. She loves him, and she's yelling at me from the back of my chair.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
My cats and my kids like him more than me at this point.
He's beautiful. What's his name?
Her name is Yasha. She is a Siamese calico, and she has blue eyes, and she's cross-eyed as all get out, but she's talkative like a Siamese. And she's best friends with Joshua, and so is my daughter. They attack him every time he visits.
And I enjoy every minute. So.
Well, you better come get her, because she's literally, this whole time everybody's talking, she is talking to you guys.
That's sweet.
Hey guys, where are we at today? 16? Where are we at?
Mark 15. Let's get started, man. We got them coming and going and dropping like flies. They want to get started. All right, so we're in Mark 15 today, and we're going to finish this up. So we're going to complete our study of Mark today. We're going to do 15 and 16, and we're going to be done with this book. And before I forgot last night. After today, I won't be on here for 2 weeks. So the next time you'll see me on will be November 8th. I'll be gone for 2 weeks after today. So in the meantime, I have over 400 videos available to watch. Hopefully y'all can watch as many of them as you can until you get sick of seeing me, I guess. And then Lou White, don't forget about Lou. He's got lots and lots of videos to watch as well. And you can always interact with each other, share each other's emails, phone numbers, whatever, texts, and communicate. I communicate with other Natsarim all the time through the week. So go ahead and do that. Like Brother Phil, I hear from him quite a bit, and Yami and Raul quite a bit, and Chance all the time, as y'all can imagine how much he talks. Right? He texts just as much as he talks, so you can imagine my phone's blowing up. And so anyway, I talked to some people, other ones that aren't even on here that I've known for quite a few years. So it's a good thing to communicate and interact with each other. And so I highly recommend you do that. Keep in contact throughout the week. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was wondering if there wasn't some way of being able to get in touch with everybody, either by like a Zoom of some sorts, or I don't know. I just wonder how, if anybody brainstorming can think of a way that because and there's people on the chat that I love and would like to see. I have most of your all's emails, but that's, some of them I don't. I just don't know. Anybody have any ideas? Maybe we could talk.
So with the college, we do that often, especially after the pandemic. We do a lot of, and I just put it in the private chat, but we use Skype or Microsoft Teams or Zoom, and there can be a lot of people in that link, and we could share that link if we need to, and create a link that hosts at least 25 people. And we can study together while Mark is away, because we're going to miss you. And that's going to be, that could be something that we can do, even if it's just mini studies.
Yeah, it's fun. Just get on there and communicate and talk too, about you and your life and stuff. I mean, I Zoom with people quite a bit, other Natsarim, and like I say, phone calls, texts, Zoom meetings, this type of thing. And it's good in texting, and keeping each other alert and responsive to obedience and stuff like that throughout the week helps everybody. So, yeah, I highly recommend it. You don't have to be alone all week long and feel like you're all by yourself. I mean, everybody's more than willing to talk with you, I'm sure. And,
what? Somebody needs me to talk their ear off?
What's that?
That's awesome.
All you have to do is be on the receiving end of our phone. There's lots of people that we talk to.
All right.
That would be awesome, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I appreciate you all so much. You have no idea how much of a difference you made in my life. It's just been so awesome.
And you've made a difference in our life too, David, with your joy and your bubbliness and boyishness.
That's awesome. Praise you.
Okay, Mark. Sorry.
You guys are gonna make me cry.
You'd be surprised how much sometimes just something you say, how it affects somebody, and it can affect somebody for their lifetime. Just one simple thing that you say could stick with them their entire life. Yes. So you just never know. So communication's a good thing, and we should all take advantage of it. But let's go ahead and get started now, if you will. Mark 15, I need a reader. Phil, go ahead, brother.
Mark 15, verse 1. And immediately in the morning, the chief priests had a dialogue with the elders and scribes and all the council. Having bound Yahusha, they led him away, and they delivered him to Pilate.
Okay, stop for a minute. Look at how Mark, here he goes with immediately again. You see that? And immediately in the morning, he just loves to use that phrase immediately or immediate, and so don't get wrapped up on that too much. He uses it like 15 times throughout his short book here. And in the morning, the chief priest had a dialogue with the elder scribes and the council. And then having bound Yahusha, they led him away and delivered him to Pilate. What do y'all think the dialogue was? We got any idea what you think their dialogue would have been? Go ahead, Phil.
Maybe how are they going to convince Pilate that he's guilty? Because Pilate eventually doesn't find any fault. So they're probably trying to figure out a story they can make up.
Yeah, it seems it's kind of like a play, isn't it? Almost like a book or a play or something. You know what I mean? A dialogue. You know what I mean? It's like they're planning something like a play or rehearsal, how they're going to do it or whatever. Anybody else? Somebody else had their hand up. Who was it?
It was me, but it was in more or less in the same in the same context.
Okay. All right. So this doesn't sound good to me, dialogue, but let's go ahead, Phil.
Verse 2, and Pilate asked him, "Are you the sovereign of the Yehudim?" And he answered, said to him, "You said it." And the chief priest accused him of much, but he made no answer. And Pilate again asked him, saying, "Have you no answer? See how much they witness against you?" But Yahuwah still gave no answer, so that Pilate marveled.
Okay, stop. Okay. Why do you think Yahushua stayed quiet, didn't say anything in his defense, Joshua?
Because it's going to happen one way or the other. And he knew that, and so he remained silent. Now, there's probably other reasons than that too, but.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Kathalina.
I also think that, when you're guilty of nothing, what else can you say when people are absolutely convinced you are going to be guilty? He knows that they are going to make falsehoods against him. What do you have to say to defend yourself? And sometimes the people who protest the loudest about being innocent, that seems guiltier than anything. So to remain silent is to simply stay steadfast in what you have said once, twice, and you don't need to say it anymore.
Yeah. Phyllis?
That was excellent, Kathleen. That said everything that even more than what I had in mind. One more thing is like whatever he said, they would turn against him, and he just didn't want to play that game.
Phil?
When he said, "You said it," he puts the guilt back on him, back on Pilate, and he knows it, and that's why he marveled. That's an awesome verbal tactic of a truthful individual. You said it. And so, that's awesome. Awesome response.
Sandra?
So I think it's fulfilling Yashayahu 53, where he said, he never said a mumbling word. He never said a mumbling word. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Isaiah 53:7. Let's go there since you brought that up. Isaiah 53:7 says, he was oppressed and he was afflicted, but he did not open his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers in silent, but he did not open his mouth. So even when he was afflicted and oppressed and beaten and spit on and tortured, he didn't say anything in his defense. Why? Because he had to die for the very sins that they were committing. They were hurting him, beating him, accusing him, false witnessing of him, right? And soon to murder him because he was an innocent man. And so he was about to die for all the sins that they were committing. Just right there and then, not to mention all the other sins. So he allowed them to go ahead and sin and pile up even more sin on the son of Yahuwah, the son of the father, the owner of the vineyard. Remember that parable? Go ahead, Phil.
And by their words, they will be condemned. So they're condemning themselves in a higher level of communication.
Mhm.
They know it too. Deep down, they know it.
Anybody else got any thoughts on this? Chance?
I was thinking too, Yahusha condemned all sin in the flesh, and he was afflicted by all these sins, and that being the Torah written in our heart, in which the body we live in today. You know, like being powerless to all those all the sins, because they were condemned in his flesh. So he killed the flesh in which we staked our flesh. So all the sins, we have the Torah in our inward part. You catch what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I guess where I'm going with this, and I was trying to wait on somebody to say it, but this is fulfillment of Torah. It's why he didn't talk, right? So we just read the prophecy in 53:7. And so now this becomes the fulfillment of that prophecy. See that? So he came to do what? To fulfill all things that were written about him. He said, I didn't come to abolish the Torah. I came to fulfill the Torah, to fulfill all things that have been written about him in Torah. Now, has all things that have been written about him been fulfilled? Have they? Raul?
No. His
No.
return has been prophesied and it hasn't been fulfilled yet.
Okay, so what does that mean for the Torah then? And those who say the Torah is abolished?
The Torah is very much alive.
The Torah is very much alive because it has live prophecy still in it, yet to be fulfilled. So it cannot be abolished or irrelevant, right? How can it be when there's still live prophecy that has not been fulfilled yet? It's very much relevant. Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
So by saying that, they're saying it's been done away with. So they're denying the very sacrifice that Yahusha did. That's pretty dangerous. That's pretty scary.
And they're denying his second coming.
Yes, exactly.
The Torah away because it has live prophecy. Oh, it's over with. It's been totally filled. He fulfilled everything in here. He fulfilled the law, satisfied the law. We don't need the Torah anymore. Let's pitch it in the dustbin of iniquity. Right? So, well, now they're denying his second coming, just like they denied his first coming. Did they deny his first coming? Yeah, they did, didn't they? Now they're insinuating that the second coming is not going to happen by saying the Torah is irrelevant. Everybody seeing, picking up what I'm laying down, man? Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, let's continue on, Phil.
Verse 6. And at a festival, he released to them one prisoner, whomever they were asking. And there was one called Barabas, chained with his fellow rebels who had committed murder in the uprising. And
Stop.
the throng. Okay.
Stop. Okay, so number 6, and at a festival. What festival is this talking about? Chance?
Is it the beginning of Passover?
Yeah, Passover, unleavened bread, right? The festival of unleavened bread. Okay, and then it says, and there was one called Barabas, chained with his fellow rebels who had committed murder in the uprising. So this is saying that he was a rebel, and he was had committed murder in an uprising, but yet in John 18:40, go to John 18:40. This is one of those things that the atheists like to point to say that Scripture contradicts itself. It's 1840. So John 1840, which would be page 939, says, Then they all shouted again, saying, Not this one, but Barabbas. And Barabbas was a robber. So here in Yehukanan is saying Barabbas was a robber, but yet Mark says he was a murderer and a rebel. What's up with this? Is this a contradiction? Somebody explain it, why it's not. Raul?
He could be a robber of life and be a murderer.
Yeah, but that's stretching it.
But I have a question for you. Can I ask it?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. It says there that he had committed murder in a festival. It must have been a previous festival, right? Not the one that we're talking about now. Because that festival hasn't happened yet.
It's not saying he committed murder on a festival. It's saying that it was their habit or tradition to release a prisoner on that festival, the Festival of Unleavened Bread. It's not saying he committed murder on a festival. He committed murder during an uprising. And so the Romans occupied Israel, right? And so they were occupying army. And so the Israelites hated them. They didn't want them there because they murdered their loved ones and raped their women and stole their children and stole their treasure and all this stuff. And now they're occupying the land. And so there was groups of rebels that were trying to overthrow the Roman occupation. And during one of these uprisings, Barabas had murdered someone, probably a Roman, more than likely. Could have been a fellow Jew, but more than likely it was a Roman. And he was arrested and he was being held in prison waiting for his execution. And so during this festival, it was tradition to release to the people one of the prisoners, let the prisoner go, and whoever they wanted. And this year they decided that they wanted Barabbas released even over Yahusha. But the question I'm asking is, why does John say that he was in prison for being a robber? A robber is worse than a thief, right? A thief just steals. Like he'll go into the marketplace and steal something, right, that doesn't belong to him. Where a robber will sneak up on somebody, attack them, and do bodily harm to them, and take their wallet after they beat them up, knock them out, leave them half dead, laying there half dead, right? So they actually commit bodily harm on somebody, and then they take their belongings. So robbing's worse than a thief, right? But sometimes a robber can murder somebody if they beat them up too bad, go overboard and kill them. But generally, when you say robber, this is somebody who beat somebody up and took their wallet or something or their coat or whatever. Okay, stole their horse, whatever. So why is there this appearance of a discrepancy here in Scripture? Is what I'm asking. Sandra?
I was going to ask a question too. So wasn't this like a customary governmental political thing that was going on with the Romans? Like they had an insurrection, and in insurrection, Barabbas robbed and murdered others while trying to overcome the Roman government. And they had a political custom, like how we do here in the United States. We give them pardon for what they done or something like that, to put it away. So it's just a political action. So the discrepancy is going to be based on the witnesses. Like Mark was getting secondhand information, whereas I think you said in Yehukanan, he was getting he was there. He knew. He was given firsthand information. That might be part of the discrepancy.
That could be, it's a possibility that could be. The insurrection or the uprising was definitely a political, trying to take back their country type thing. But as far as this custom to release one of the prisoners during this festival was a political move in order to keep the Israelites calm. It was kind of a mind game. Let's release one of their prisoners to them, and then they'll be happy and keep them calmed down. So it was just to keep them from keep them happy and satisfied type thing.
They were placating.
Yeah, and so that's what they were doing here. So he committed murder, and he was chained with his fellow rebels that were involved in this insurrection or this uprising, and then they wanted him. And it said he committed murder, and then in John it says he was a robber. He could be both. He could be a robber and a murderer. He could be. They could have been sneaking up on. Say there was a squad of military Roman soldiers going down a country road, and they were all behind rocks, and they ambushed them, right, and robbed them of their money and weapons and things like that, beat them up and robbed them, right? That could be what they did, and that's why he's a robber. And then maybe during an uprising, he murdered somebody. So then, he was also considered to be a murderer and a robber. But here, they're just not mentioning both at the same time. See what I'm saying? He can be both. See what I'm saying? He could be a robber and a murderer. Go ahead, Catalina.
So I have another cross-reference scripture that has a lot of history in it too. And one of the things they talk about Barabas as a person in general, and it's referenced, and I know you say it reinforces across scripture when you have it in multiple places, but one of the things that they say about him is that he was a notorious criminal who had committed robbery, insurrection, and murder, and belonged to a rural bandit gang roaming the countryside. And they were popular with the public because they targeted the wealthy and harassed the Roman government. And each of these, this is an account in both Matthew, Mark, and John, and each of these accounts talk about one or two or a combination of his crimes, but he's been doing this for a long time. And so when they might be referencing it is what they might know of him as a criminal. But like, oh, he was a robber, that's what I know of him. Another person may have understood, oh, well, he also was killing people when he was harassing the Romans, which was really cool to find, because in Mark,
sound like Robin Hood and his merry men.
Mark 15:6-7, when they talked about releasing the prisoner Barabas, they had a couple of different descriptions of him, but they also said see Matthew 27:15-18, which, so each of these accounts is not wrong, it's just what they know of each. Yes, like you said, like Robin Hood, each of them know one of the crimes that he's committed amidst the many. So historically he's been known as a kind of leader of bad things. Sorry, I was excited. I like history.
It's awesome.
Okay, so that's real good stuff. Anybody else? In Matthew 27 there, which she's talking about, in 15, it says, then at the festival, the governor used to release to the throng one prisoner whom they wished. And they had then a well-known prisoner, so he's well-known, called Barabas. So when they were assembled, Pilate said to them, "Whom do you want to release, Barabbas or Yahusha, who was called Mashiach?" For he knew that because of envy, they had delivered him up. So they were jealous of him because he was getting more attention than they were. And he was sitting on the judgment seat. His Asha said to him, "Have nothing to do with this righteous man, for I have suffered much today in a dream because of him." It really don't say anything about why they were holding Barabbas or Barabba here in Matthew. It just says he was well known. See that? But John says he's a robber, and Mark says he was a rebel and a murderer. And so he was all of them, as Kathina just explained. Okay? Okay. Go ahead, Sandra.
I'd just like to praise Yahusha for Catalina's input. That was very enlightening. And also, I was thinking, like, if you parallel it with, remember, Yakub and Yehukanan were zealots. They were ready. They were fighting warriors ready to overcome the Romans. And Pilate was trying not to fulfill the scriptures that is written about. He was counted as a thief in Yashayahu 53. So it's still fulfilling the word. It's like when Yahusha, remember when Yahusha told Peter, "Get thee behind me, Satan, you're an adversary to the plan." Pilate was acting as an adversary to the plan of Yahuwah at that time. I thought that was interesting.
You do.
RING space.
Anybody else? Any thoughts or comments? Go ahead, Chance.
I was gonna say, at the literal context, I don't want to take anything out of context here, but Yahusha came to free us from prisons, the prisons of darkness. You know what I mean? And this man being a thief, a robber, a murderer, you know, he came here to do just that. And he went in silently, and I got a quick question too, is when he was staked with them two people on one side and on the other, were they too not a thief and a robber? I mean, a murderer and a thief?
They were robbers.
Robbers? Okay. So, you know, I don't know. I'm looking at it from a spiritual meaning, but I don't want to take it out of context. You know what I mean? But, you know, he did come into the world to free us from the chains of darkness and prison. You know what I mean? So in a deeper, I was just kind of pondering that for a little bit. But, yeah, that's all I got.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Chance, that is so amazing. What a insight that is. And as soon as I heard you say that, popped into my head was, yeah, it wouldn't have been right for Yahusha to be released from jail and let someone stay in jail that he came to free. What a revelation. Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Chance.
Yeah, all esteem to Yahusha. I was sitting here pondering it as everybody was talking here, and I was just, what brought it upon me is why they put so much emphasis on Barnabas. You know, the name and how much identity he has as being a criminal uprising, being a robber, being a murderer, finding different things. So I'm like, they're really putting a lot of emphasis on this character here. So I sat and pondered it and tried to be with Ruach on this, and, you know, all esteem. He's with us.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions? Sandra?
I was thinking, all of you have provoked this thought in me, that Bar Abba means son of Abba.
Oh, wow.
And this is the devil. He came to steal, to kill, and destroy. So at that time, the enemy was trying to take our freedom.
Wow.
It was being proclaimed. And I was like, wow. And I was thinking about those. You remember when they were wrestling to be on the left and on the right side? And it looks like that these two thieves we're going to read about, one was on his left and the other was on his right. He said that place was already prepared for them. One was a thief, one was a robber, a murderer. What did he come? to destroy the effects of sin. Hallelujah.
I wonder, Chandra, with the left and the right side, would that be the white throne of judgment, the goats and the sheep?
Possible. I don't know.
Yeah, because the one was forgiven and the other didn't ask for forgiveness. That very good chance. You're hot today. Praise Yahushua.
Yeah.
Oh, you are too, Sandra. I didn't mean to belittle what you said.
It's all about Yahushua, Sandra, nothing.
Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions on this in particular subject of Barabas? Okay, Phil, let's move on.
Your
Can't hear
mic.
you.
Can't hear you, Phil.
Can't hear you, Phil. Still can't hear you. Yeah, can't hear you. That's what happened to him last week too, wasn't it?
I think he's dropping to rejoin us.
Yeah, he's going to try to come back on. Who wants to read? Oh, here he is. Let's see if he can talk now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Somebody called or something. Sorry about that. And the throng, crying aloud, began to ask, as he always had done for them. But Pilate answered them, saying, "Do you wish me to release for you the sovereign of the Yahudim?" For he knew that the chief priests had handed him over because of envy. And the chief priests stirred up the throng that he should rather release Barabbas to them. And Pilate answered them again and said to them, "What do you wish me to do with to whom you call the sovereign of the Yahudim?" And again they cried out, "Stake him." And Pilate said to them, "Why? What evil has he done?" And they vehemently cried out, "Stake him." And Pilate, wishing to satisfy the throng, released Barabbas to them. And having scourged him, he delivered Yahushua over to be staked. And the soldiers led him away into the court, which is the palace. And they called together the entire company and decked him with purple. And they formed a crown of thorns, put it on him, and they began to call out to him, "Greetings, sovereign of the Yehudim." And they kept beating him on the head with a reed and were spitting on him. And bending the knee, they were bowing down to him. And when they had mocked him, they took the purple off him and put on his own clothing on him and led him out to stake him. And they enlisted a passerby, Shimon the Crenian, coming from a field, the father of Alexander and Rufus, to bear his stake. And they brought him to the place, Golgotha, which is translated place of the skull.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay,
so, here they scourged him, which is really cruel. I mean, it's like a whip type deal with a bunch of different cords hanging off of it with nails and glass and whatever tied to the ends. And it basically hooks and stuff. And when it hits, it just tears the flesh, just rips it. And, they decked him with purple and they were mocking him, making fun of him because purple was the color of royalty. And then they put that crown of thorns on his head. And they were mocking him, crying out, "Greetings, sovereign of the Yehudim." And they kept beating him on the head with a reed. That's kind of weird that they were doing that, cracking him on the head with a reed. And were spitting on him. And they continued to mock him the whole time by bowing down to him. And then they finally took off the purple off of him, put his own clothes back on, and led him out to be staked. Now, this passerby, Shimon Crerian, does anybody know what the modern day nation is that this man would have been from? This Crerian, Raul?
Libya. Today it's called Libya. I kind of looked
Raul.
it
up. I thought it was Cyrus.
Yeah. No, it was Libya. So Libya, northeast Africa, which means he would have been a black person. But kind of weird to hear it says he was the father of Alexander and Rufus, which is a nobody. I mean, who knows? Nobody knows who they are. It's kind of weird that he would mention that he was the father of these two guys or these two kids. Go ahead, Raul.
Question: the son's name, is there any chance that this gentleman could have Greek background? Alexander, Rufus? Because my question was going to be, well, maybe they gave the stake to carry on a goyim, on a non-Jew, to carry the stake. I don't know if there was any type of message there.
Well, if he was from Libya, he would have been a Gentile as well. No, it says he was from Syrian. He was a Syrian, which means he was from Libya, modern day Libya. So he wouldn't have been a Greek. But although his name, Shimon, was a Hebrew name, and his kids, Alexander and Rufus, were Greek names, but they were under heavy influence of Greek Empire anyway. And so that would just be probably because of the influence that they were under, the Greek and Roman influence, and even the Syrian influence in that whole area. I mean, the Greeks ruled the world at one time, right? But
I was just wondering.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering if there was a message there of having a Gentile carry the stake.
That could be. Yeah, that could be, man. There could be a secret message there for that. Yeah. But what jumps out at me, kind of amazes me, is that he mentions these kids. No, I don't think that's anywhere else but here in Mark. And so it makes me wonder if Mark, he knew these kids, because he was a young guy himself. Maybe he grew up with those kids, Alexander and Rufus, and that's why he knew that was his father, the kids' father. See what I'm saying? He had to know him. Nobody else mentions him. So to me, Mark knew this man and his children, and that's the only reason. Why else would he mention the father of Alexander and Rufus? Nobody else says that. See what I'm saying? So apparently he knew this family personally, grew up with them or something. See what I'm saying? Is there a message there because he was a Gentile and he was chosen to carry the stake? Could be. It's a possibility of it. The whole world's involved, in this scenario. It's not just the Yehudim, and the whole world's involved in this scenario. And he died for the sins of the world, the whole world, of everyone, not just the Jews, So go ahead, Sandra.
Thank you. I wanted to read what I had looked up about Libya, sometimes called in Anglicized as Kyrene, was an ancient Greek colony in Roman city and near present-day Shahat in northeastern Libya in North Africa. It was part of the Pentapolis, an important group of 5 cities in the region, and gave the area its classical and early modern name, Cyrenaica, founded 631 BC. And it also said that it was important, as ancient city in modern day Libya was important for many reasons: cultural center, intellectual influence. I'm thinking Alexander has some relationship to do with the Catechetical School of Alexandria and Rufus. And it says that it became a major intellectual center of classical world after the rise of Ptolemaic Egypt in 323 BC. The school of Syrian, also known as the Cyrenaics, was founded by Aristippus and was a minor Socratic school. Had architectural achievements, economic wealth, and Bible references. I think in relationship to the spiritual, Yahushua is the green. And it says that he was afflicted and wounded. So when we go to our martyrdom, we're going to suffer like him. The flesh that's going to die. And he learned righteousness through the things that he suffered. I think that's in Hebrews, where it talks about we are going to go through persecution. That's part of our arraignment, to be like-minded, and that we have to endure. Yahuwah is the Father. Yahuwah is our encouragement and our endurance. So we're going to, with much pressure, enter into the kingdom. That's what it symbolizes to me, that it says, let me see. Remember, he said, pick up your stake and follow me. You got to fall down to the ground and die. Yahushua was that seed that fell to the ground and brings forth many, innumerable, through the belief in his blood. That's why Abraham means father of many nations. Is what I was getting out of it. I don't know.
Yeah, Syria, was a city in northeast Libya. Alexander is a city in Egypt, up on the Mediterranean seaboard. Okay, so they're close in proximity, Egypt and Libya. You know what I mean? So it could be why the kid's named Alexander as well. But the point here is he was a Gentile, and he was a Libyan, a black man from Libya, that was chosen here to bear the stake. And he had these two children, which there's no reason really for the author to even mention that he was the father of these two boys, other than perhaps he knew them personally. So in the 22, it says, and they brought him to the place Golgotha, which is translated place of the skull. See that? So this was a graveyard, is what it was. And so basically, when they would execute people in this area, then they would take them down, then they was already in a graveyard, so they didn't have to take them far to bury them, put them in a tomb. The tombs were mainly, people were put in tombs were mainly rich people, because the poor people really couldn't afford a tomb. And so they were just kind of thrown into a hole and buried. That's why it says he was buried among the rich, because only the rich people could afford a tomb. Okay, so this was a place of the skull because it was a graveyard. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Graveyard outside of Jerusalem, outside of the walls of the city. Is everybody aware that there's a graveyard where Yahushua's supposed to, when he comes back, he's supposed to enter Jerusalem through the eastern gate? Is everybody aware that there's a Muslim graveyard in front of the east gate and they sealed the gate? That's pretty weird, isn't it? So they took and they sealed that gate off, I guess with cement or whatever. And then they put a Muslim graveyard in front of it, because him being a high priest, he's not allowed to walk into a graveyard. And so they figured that's going to be an obstacle to stop him from entering into the city on his return.
Wow.
But that's not the graveyard that they're talking about here, though. This Golgotha, this was outside of the city walls, and it was a graveyard and that's where they would commit their executions there, because then they could just take them down and bury them, real quickly. Okay. I don't know why they called it that, place of the skull. I know in Rome, the Vatican was built on a graveyard, the Roman graveyard, and it was a swampy area where it was the graves were real shallow, and so they were shallow graves because how swampy it was, and they would see dogs up there, wild stray dogs would be up there on the hill where the graveyard was, and they would be digging up these shallow graves and chewing on the bones and stuff of the people that were buried there. And so they came in there and they drained all that out, and they built the Vatican on top of that graveyard. And there's a lot of bones and skulls and everything stacked into, the tunnels underneath the Vatican, different rooms under there, caves and stuff, because of all the graves that were there on that site.
I always wondered where those bones came from. Thank you.
Yeah. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on all that? Chance?
Do you think it has more of a secret meaning, like Golgotha being the Mishkan, the secret dwelling place of Yahuwah, and this is where he's being staked because this is where he's going to come back and dwell in us?
I don't see that. No, he was actually, it says he's going to come back. The same Yahusha that you saw going to the clouds, it's that same Yahusha is going to come back the same exact way back down onto where he left from, which is the Mount of Olives. He ain't going to come back down to that graveyard.
No, I mean like this, Mark, like in a more of a deeper context, like Ruach, like Yahusha indwelling in all of us. So this would be like the prophecy saying, in the place of the skull is where he will dwell in us all once the prophecy has been fulfilled.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it could be. To me, it makes no sense, though. That's just me, Chance. I mean, somebody else might be seeing it different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not resonating with me. I don't know if it's resonating with anyone else. Let's put it that way. Just because it ain't resonating with me doesn't mean it ain't right. So don't take me wrong. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was going to ask a question as regards to, he came to conquer death and the grave. So it was like.
Say that again.
His being gifted to us was to conquer death and the grave. So I'm thinking that, I was wondering, I should say, does this place, the Golgotha, being translated the place of the skull, is symbolic of him giving that sting to death and to the grave?
I don't know. See, again, it doesn't resonate with me.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it ain't right. Doesn't mean it ain't right just because it doesn't resonate with me. I'm just giving you my opinion, my humble opinion on it. It doesn't resonate with me at all. It seems to me, come into my mind, is that the reason they call it the place of the skull, because occasionally maybe a dog or something would go out there and dig up a grave, and they would see skulls laying around out there because of wild animals or something, or even grave robbers. And since there were so many graves, maybe occasionally, they saw a skull or something laying around out there in that graveyard. And so they just called it Golgotha, place of the skulls. Then again, it could just be because it was a graveyard. Who knows? If there was a reason they named it that, usually there is a reason they name a place something. There's something that causes them to name it what they name it. So perhaps, maybe there's occasional skull was seen laying around out there, and then they'd have to go out there and dig up a hole and throw it in there and rebury it or something. And that's why they ended up calling it that. But that's just a wild guess. You know what I mean? I don't know why they called it that. And no, there's no spiritual attachment to this as far resonating with me. Now, if it's resonating with somebody else, speak up. Okay. I'm just like y'all. I'm just studying scripture just like you guys are. Any other? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, a skull is also always associated with death, poison, or anti-life. So maybe that was why they took him there, because of they were going to kill him, murder him. So I would think that that's part of the reason.
Yeah, that could be. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, so I'm pondering a little bit. It says, he will destroy the Mishkan in 3 yeomen and rebuild it. You know what I mean? And he was taken to a tomb, which it was opened like hard, and then the skull being death of the old Mishkan. And then rebuilding in 3 yeomen, which means on the 3rd day he rose. So he put death to the old Mishkan. I don't know. I got to ponder that one for a little while, I guess.
Yeah, but keep in mind that this graveyard existed way before Yahusha died, was staked there. Okay, they had already called it Golgotha way before Yahusha was staked there. It existed for probably near the entire history of Jerusalem, really, if you think about it, because they had to bury their dead somewhere.
I agree. I agree with you. I'm just the mind in me right now is going crazy because I know there's always something more than literal context, and they're putting so much emphasis on Golgotha.
Not always. There's not always a spiritual meaning behind it. Sometimes it's just literal, and that's it. There's no spiritual attachment at all. You know what I mean? We can't say there's a spiritual attachment to every single verse here. Yeah, it just can't. It's just not true. But there is a lot of spiritual insight and a lot of secrets of Yahuwah found within the words of the Natsarim writings. I'm not saying there isn't. There is quite a bit, really. But I don't believe there's a spiritual attachment to every single verse.
I agree. I totally agree with you. I mean, it just seems like we're given the mind of the Mashiach, a Ruach-like mind, and what's inside of a skull is the mind. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm going to really hit up on this on many different levels.
Yeah, but again, keep in mind that this existed way before Yahusha was staked. Okay.
Yeah.
If it was named that because he was staked there, then I would say, yeah, I'm agreeing with you. But it existed way before he was, and he wasn't a permanent resident of this either. None of them are, because they're all going to be resurrected in the second resurrection. So it's not a permanent place or state. It's temporal. It's part of this carbon copied world, man. It's really a delusion. It's not even real. It's not reality because it's temporal. See what I'm saying? So you got to think of that too. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm looking at Yashayahu 53, verse 9. It says, he was appointed a grave with the wrong and with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was deceit in his mouth. And him being, it brings to mind that him being life, death has no power over him, is what the real insight going on with this place of Golgotha. He was life. Death has no power over life. He is life itself.
Right. Yeah. Death only has authority over sin. And since Yahusha was sinless, death had no authority over him. He was an innocent man, right? Never sinned. So therefore, death couldn't contain him. It had no authority over him. So it had to release him. It had to cough him or regurgitate him back up and give him back. And therefore, since he was wrongfully taken by death and he was innocent, then he had to have some type of retribution. Somebody had to pay him back, because it's like somebody that didn't commit a crime. They find out, so then they got to give him $10 million because they kept him in prison for 10 years and he was wrongfully imprisoned, right? Same type of thing. And so there had to be something paid to this innocent man. And what that was he said, I claim those who I choose. Okay. Since I was wrongfully executed and death had no authority over me, my retribution is going to be, I'm taking all those who I choose to live with me forever, even though they sinned, and their sins will be forgiven to make up for you executing me, and I had no sin. You see that? Go ahead, Raul.
I just wanted to mention something that Leo Yahoo put in the chat when we were talking about the gentleman that carried the stake. He goes that he was making reference to when they bring the two goats and a strong man carried the goat to slaughter and the other goat was released.
Just what you're talking about?
That could be something having to do with a gentleman carrying the stake, leading him to slaughter.
Yahusha was led by a fit man up to the stake. Yeah, a strong man. In Leviticus 16:21, and the goat was sent away into the wilderness by a fit man. Yeah.
I can see that from the perspective that he had been beaten and mutilated. So that's why he needed someone to help him carry that.
Well, they never beat the goat, though. They never beat the scapegoat. Yahusha was our scapegoat. But you got to remember this, too. A goat is on the left and being thrown into the lake of fire. Yahusha was a lamb led to slaughter. He was the lamb of Yahuwah. He wasn't the goat of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? But on the other side, and very carefully, okay, we can understand that Yahusha was our scapegoat because all of our sin was placed on him. And that's what happened to the scapegoat. Okay, so they would pick two. They'd throw lots. The one would be slaughtered to Yahuwah. The other goat, the priest would confess all the sins of Israel. And as he confessed their sins, those sins would be put on that goat. Okay. And so he would be loaded up with all their sin. And then they would take and put a scarlet scarf on the horns, tie it to the horns of that goat. And as the priest would put all, commit all the sins of Israel, right? Confess all their sins. As he got done confessing all the sins, when he was done, they say that scarlet cloth would turn white. And when that scarf turned white, then a strong man would lead it out into the wilderness and let it go. Okay. So we can rightfully say that Yahusha was the scapegoat because all the sins of the world was placed on him, even though he was sinless. He bore all our sins. So in that aspect, yeah, he was our scapegoat, but we got to be careful. We don't want to say that he was the sacrificial goat, because he wasn't. He was the sacrificial lamb of Yahuwah. All right. So, but that's a good thing there, Leo. I mean, I'm with you on that, man. I'm seeing that for sure. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I just wanted to emphasize what has already been said, that it was going to take a fit, strong man to bear all the sins of the world. And that was Yahusha was the fit man, because the fit man had to bear that goat. Or is that anyway? Never mind.
He was fit in a way that he was sinless for sure. Okay, if you're sinless, you're healthy, man. You're not sick, because sin is a virus. Sin is a deadly virus, man. You catch that virus, you're going to die, right? It's a deadly virus. And Yahusha didn't have that virus. We all do. and it's very contagious, and it's deadly, right? But Yahusha never caught the virus. He had no sin. So in that way, he was extremely healthy. He was totally healthy and fit to bear our sins. You see that? And it was just for a short time, wasn't it? If he had to go a long time with all our sins on him, he might have caved and collapsed and died from the weight of all our sins. I mean, can you imagine putting all the sins of the world on one person and him having to pay the price for all those sins, and that was death? It's incredible. He had to have incredible strength.
He was made that way.
Huh?
He was made that way.
He was made that way?
Yeah. He was the body that Yahuwah created him for sole purposes. That's what
I don't know about that. I mean, look at Isaiah 53. Put Isaiah 53. We got to be careful what we say.
Okay.
Which I'm not saying you're wrong. But when we go to Isaiah 53, which is page 468, 468, it says, he has no form or splendor that we should look upon him, no appearance that we should desire him. Despised and rejected by men, a man of pain and knowing sickness, as one from whom the face is hidden, being despised, and we did not consider him. Truly, he has borne our sicknesses and carried our pains. Yet we reckon him stricken, smitten by Elohim, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our crookedness. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. So it doesn't sound like he was Mr. Universe here. Sounds like he was a very common person. Says he was had no form, no splendor. You should look upon him. Nothing great to look at. His appearance, we should desire him. A man of pains and knowing sickness. I don't know. To me, the reason I'm saying that, not to prove you wrong, but the reason I'm saying that is to say that he was just like us. He could have been any one of us. Okay, he was no different than us. You know, so his form, his splendor, his body was not superior to anybody on here right now. He could have looked like any one of us. See what I'm saying? The pagans, when they depict their half man, half God, like Hercules, they got him looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Mr. Universe, real good looking guy, you know, like Hercules type looking person. Okay. But that's not what the Hebrew Messiah looked like. He wasn't superior to anyone. He was just like us. And that's the point I'm trying to make. We can't get off into that pagan mythology culture and thinking he was superior because he was Yahusha. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful of that. That's the only reason I'm bringing that up, Sandra, not to argue or prove you wrong. I'm just saying we got to be careful with how we
appreciate that. And I really wasn't implying where you're coming from, which is a good point that you're making. But what I'm saying is, like these scriptures are saying, it was Yahuwah that laid upon him the iniquity of us all. And not having no form of fleshly beauty, he just came as a lamb to the slaughter. He was made. That's what he was made for. That's what he was chosen for. That's what he was selected for, is what I'm saying. That's why. Because that was his appointment.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay. Why do you think Yahuwah who Yahusha is, why do you think he took all that sin on himself? The almighty creator of the universe put all that sin on himself. Why? He was a set apart Elohim. He was perfect in all his ways. Why did he take all that sin and evil upon himself, man? Why do you
Because he
think
loved us. He loved us. I mean, that's how great his love is
No,
to me.
besides
That's how
besides
great his love is. I mean, that's the greatness of Yahuwah, brother.
besides that, why? Besides that, why? Think about it, man. Think harder. Go ahead, Phil.
Because he creates everything. And so a lot of this stuff is a test for his followers. And so he allows the evil, he promotes the good. So he took it upon himself because he was responsible for all of it.
Very good, Phil. I'm surprised you got that, man. You're right on point right there, brother Phil.
Thank you, Brother Phil. Excellent. I didn't know that.
Phil is exactly right. And in order for us to see that more clearly, let's all go back to Isaiah. Oh, and I think it's Isaiah 45. Yes, Isaiah 45. Let's start with verse 5. Listen very closely. Listen very closely here, okay? I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There is no Elohim besides me. I gird you, though you have not known me, so that they know from the rising of the sun to its setting that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else, forming light and creating darkness, making peace and creating evil. I, Yahuwah, do all these. So do you suppose Yahuwah was taking responsibility for his creation when he took all our sins upon himself? You better believe that's exactly what he did. Go ahead, Phil.
He is so honest, has such integrity that he puts blame where it needs to go. And those who are drawn to this through him are the ones he wants. He wants the same ones that do the same things and puts it back on themselves and loves their neighbor and pardons their neighbor for all the things that are done or whatever. And that's who he's trying to get.
You're right on, man. Right on, Phil. You're spot on, brother. That's Yahusha talking there. Look, a lot of people blame Yahuwah, and say, well, you made me this way. You made me a sinner. And so why should I be punished for what you made? Well, if you really think harder about it, he's taking responsibility for creating the evil. And so that's why he died. He said, I'll take responsibility. Matter of fact, I'll take all this sin off of you and put it on myself and die. Take your place and die. Me, the creator of all things, will take responsibility for what I did, and I will die for you and relieve you of the burden. Think about that. That's so deep, your probably mind should be spinning right off of your shoulders right now. People just don't get that, man. People don't think that deep about sin and Yahuwah. I mean, think about this. Why did Yahuwah allow sin to multiply? Have you ever thought about that? After they sinned, he told them to go out and be fruitful and multiply. Right? He told Noah and his sons to go out and replenish the earth and multiply, knowing that would multiply sin. He rightfully should just wipe sin out and start it over. But he didn't. He allowed sin to multiply through the people. You ever think about that? Why did he do that? Because he didn't want to start over. He wanted to preserve every person he made because he loves them all. And so therefore, through your DNA strands being passed on through your lineage, he has reserved your being, and he can raise it back up and let it live forever, because he took responsibility for creating the evil and took your place so that you could live. And so why did he create that evil? Because when he decided to make life something that was alive other than himself, okay, when he decided to do that, he knew that there would be an opposition to that life. So therefore, there's the opposite with everything, right? Light, darkness, good, bad, girl, boy. There's always an opposite to everything. Well, his plan is, okay, since there's going to be opposition, if I share my life with other creatures, then I have to come up with a plan in order to destroy that opposition in the end and just take the good with me into eternity, because I don't want the opposition living forever. But it has to live temporarily, because in order to give life to other creatures, it has to be there temporarily, but he has a plan to eliminate it and only take the good with him into eternity. Go, Phil.
It's the ultimate integrity. It's him looking at himself and then conquering himself. This is all from Yahusha, obviously, but these things come to my mind, a lot of these different things, because of his word and his ultimate integrity. That's why there is no other being in creation that's like him. It's just so awe-inspiring, and it's such a treasure that any earthly thing that bothers you stands in the way of true relationship with him. So you just got to release all that as much as possible. We still have jobs and all that. I know that, but it's that. And that's what gives me power. He gives me power to conquer and to not worry about a thing and to laugh in the face of adversity. And if you trust him that much, then he will bless you and he will remove that obstacle, and nothing formed against you shall prosper. Nothing. And that's why, because he's done all that for you already. He's faced all that adversity.
Right on, brother. Anybody else? Chance, you have your hand up, man?
Yeah, I was getting hit with all kinds of revelations with that one. That was a beautiful thing there. Restoring us back to righteousness in favor of belief too, and giving us the ability to fight the duality of light and darkness and being able to choose which war you want to take upon. We already know Yahuwah is the unapproachable light and will prevail. So that's what it's hitting on for me. And, how do you know evil without knowing good? How are you wise without knowing foolishness? How do you know it's dark out if you don't see the light? We have to have that duality. We have to overcome. And Yahusha came to give us that opportunity through the stake and restoring us back into righteousness. Now it's on us to pick, which side do you choose? Do you take the pledge into repentance and come into the light with our Mashiach, Yahusha, Master, or do we want to fall into the snare of Hashatan and be burned up? Wow.
There's only two choices, that's for sure. Take your choice. There's only two picks, good or evil. Go ahead, Phil.
And that's why he laughs at all this. That's why he laughs, and you should laugh too. And I have found the fact that he's allowed me to laugh. It's just utter foolishness. But unless we understand this thing right here, we're never going to get it. We'll never laugh. We got to laugh with him, and not laugh at anyone or the seriousness of the loss of a soul or that. That's not what we're laughing at. We're laughing at the folly. And that's why Satan laughs too, because he knows he's a dog on a leash. I heard that one time, and it's so true. And I'm not railing an accusation. He's a dog on a leash. He's got to go meet with Yahuwah to do all these things. Or Yahusha. And so he yanks him back when he needs to be yanked back. He looses him when he needs him to teach a lesson or whatever it might be. So definitely you don't even need to fear him in the least. So it's so awesome, the revelation of when Yahuwah, and that one Wednesday morning, I'll never forget when he poured his love to me. I couldn't even move. I mean, I told him, stop. I don't know how, I don't know why I said that, but I thought I was going to die. I'm not kidding you. And he did it one time when I was driving too. And I go, hey, Father, I'm driving. And I know it's my temporal thoughts doing that, but still, it's just unbelievable. It's just so powerful and unbelievable. And you can only believe in the Spirit for sure. And nobody will understand. They will not understand this whatsoever unless they have this. And he's got to give it to you. So that's why no one, they just, you can't even hardly talk to people about it. You can talk like you said, Mark, don't say too much because it'll go the other way. So.
Very good. Go ahead, Catalina.
I just kind of, Chance, that was beautiful. And I wanted to kind of, my thoughts on the fact that, Sandra, you say it all the time. This is love. It's about love. The Torah gives us information that is about love. And without the duality, without choice, without these things, you can create a rock. Does that rock have a choice? Does it have that free will? Does it make the decisions to truly love you back? And that's like our children as parents. You must discipline them, you must guide them, but it is a choice for them to come back to you and love you. And so to protect and do and give and nurture that ability for them to come back to us, because it doesn't matter what our children, if Winnie does something wrong, it doesn't matter what she does wrong. When she comes back and realizes, I'm sorry, Mommy, what can I do to fix this? Yahuwah is giving us that chance, just like we do to one another. And I think that free choice and creating something like himself and creating us in his image, and as you can create mindless copies, those don't love you and you can't love them. And so there is no point if I'm just going to create a bunch of rocks then. And he didn't make us that way. And I think that is the beauty of all of what we're talking about here in this moment, and the sacrifice of Yahusha coming in and being that moment of, it doesn't matter what you have done in this world. I will still love you because you are mine and you are my baby.
Wow.
All right. That's great stuff, man. Good stuff. Anybody else? Go to look at, before we get off of this, go to right across the page here to Isaiah 46. Look at Isaiah 46, 8 through 11. Listen very closely to what this says. Remember this and show yourselves men. Turn it back. That means repent. You transgressors, remember the former events of old, for I am all, and there is no one else. Elohim, and there is no one like me, declaring the end from the beginning of his creation. Not of his existence, but of his creation, his carbon copy creation. That means we're on a clock. And when the clock strikes, boom, the end, it's all she wrote. We're on a time clock, just like a football game. And from of old, that which has not yet been done, meaning there's still prophecy to be fulfilled in the Tanakh, saying, my counsel does stand, and all my delight I do. He's the one that delights in his creation. It's why he created it. He's delighting in it. We're just along for the ride. calling a bird of prey from the east, the man who executes my counsel from a distant land. Indeed, I have spoken it. I also bring it to pass. I have planned it. I also do it. Think about that. Let that sink in for a while. All right. Let's get back to Mark 15. Has anybody got any further thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Go ahead, Chance.
Something I heard not too long ago, but it sunk deep with me is it's a warning to pretty much all the unbelievers, is like those perishing, this is the only paradise they will ever known. This place here. To us that have Ruach and are with Yahusha, this is a fallen world. And we can't wait to get up out of here, you know? But for the sake of them, we stick around, you know? Just like Paul had said. Just like Paul, you know, he said it. He's like, for the sake of you guys, I stick, but I do, my being truly belongs and wants to be with the Father. I don't know. I don't have the exact words off my hand, but isn't that nuts? Those perishing, this is the only paradise they'll have ever known. And this place for us is like, oh, this wretched body, this wretched man, body of death. You know what I mean? This fallen world. We're like, we gotta, every day we are truly being whipped with Yahusha. His stripes are our, you know what I mean? If we really think about that on a deep level. And I was wondering too, the inner man, the Ruach that's in us, before we were sealed with the Ruach, do you think I never will know the mind of Yahuwah. It is so far beyond me. I can't even perceive even a speck of it. He's so mighty. But do you think the Ruach originally in us before Ruach sealed our being? Do you think we were here on some sort of like experience?
Well, yes. Even the evil people. I mean, there's some wicked people out there to the point where they betrayed Yahuwah and they worship the devil. Okay. And so there's a lot of wicked people out there that hates him, hates his name. They're trying to destroy his creation. They want to make everybody go astray and get thrown into the lake of fire along with them because they worship death. They worship the devil. They hate Yahuwah. And so why did Yahuwah? We have to stop and ponder that. And we got to say, why did Yahuwah create these guys, right? Why did he bother to give them breath of life? And the reason is because he loved them, okay? And he created them for a purpose. And so they're fulfilling his purpose. Do you remember what we just read? I planned it. I'm carrying it out. I did it. I do all these things, right? For his delight. That's why he created them. None of our business. It's his creation. He did what he wanted to do. And so just because the evil ones exist and they're among us tells us one big, huge truth. And that huge truth is that Yahuwah loves them. Because if he didn't love them, they wouldn't be here. He would never created them. So obviously he loves them. So he loves them to the point where he's like, okay, I'm going to create you and I'm going to let you experience life temporarily. I'm going to let you see that there's something here. There's something that's real and it's called life. And I'm going to let you experience because I love you. I thought of you in my mind and I loved you. And so therefore he created them. And so they get to live in this temporary carbon copied reality, which isn't real. Okay. But they get to live here and enjoy that short time period, which is just a vapor. Here 1 second, gone the next. Right. Matter of fact, if a man lives to be 100 years old, according to Yahuwah's timeline, that 1 day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is 1 day. If a man lives to be 100 years old, and to Yahuwah, he lived 2.4 seconds. Ooh, wow. That's a long life, right? And so here 1 second, gone the next, right? And so he allows it because he wants them to experience life. But yet, since you're going to betray me, I can't take you because you're the opposition of all that I am, which is good, truth, and love. And you're the opposition that I can't take you into eternity with me. Sorry, you're going to be destroyed. But I love you so much when I thought about you in my mind before I created you that I want to give you a chance to experience that there's something here. Okay, there's something real, and it's called life. See, and so he allows them to experience that, but yet they're going to be annihilated in the end. That's why. That's why we're commanded to love our enemy. We're supposed to love everyone, and we're not supposed to judge because Yahuwah loves them. And if he didn't love them, they wouldn't be here among us. So be very careful how you think.
Wow, Mark, that was good stuff there. Yahusha being the light, and when we were just living in the physical, fleshy existence, wasn't it hard? I can't imagine. I don't even know how I made it through. To know what I know now, I'm so thankful. But just to have that light and that understanding, Yahusha being the light, you have to have empathy for the enemy because they're going through it, Mark. I mean, they are going through it. I was talking to my brother the other day. He's, not to be like harsh. You know how much I love my brother, Mark. I've texted you. And he's still taking his medications. He's still doing all this stuff. And I'm looking at it, and Yahusha came on me, and I just was like, whoa, I had a whoa moment. I said, how are you even surviving this fallen world? Well, how are you going through that? And I was like, man, and then I got humbled, and I was like, I went through that. But I can't imagine being cut off and going back through that again. That's what freaks me out. Could you imagine getting cut off and oh man, I can't even talk on that. I don't even want to bring that up. That's scary. That's the fear of Yahuwah right there. To be cut off, knowing what you know now, and to be cut, oh man. So oh no. Stay away, But
okay. So
yeah.
This is what they want you to think Yahusha looks like. All right. See that? They want you to think that this is what he looks like. Okay. They want you to think he's got real long hair with a beard and blue eyes and palms of his hands. They want you to, decent looking guy. He doesn't look weak or anything. He looks like he's fairly got good muscle tone, good complexion, very healthy looking, right? Looks like an Anglo-Saxon to me, an Anglo-Saxon person from Europe. You're like a European.
Oh, who was?
Right?
I'm sorry. Who was that? Who was the guy that was the explorer, or that he was made after, that he was imaged after? I'm sorry. Did I read that in one of Lou's books? I'm sorry to know.
You must be talking about Emperor's son.
Yeah, it was like because he was because they actually sort of morphed the face to look like him. And again, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I read too much.
No, his B start with a B. What is it, Sandra? Biagio or something like that? It starts with a B. The Emperor's son that Yahusha looks like.
Are you talking about the one that did the portrait?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm not sure who you're talking about, but I will.
Starts with a B. Man, I can't think of it right now. Slipping my mind, but I know what you're talking about.
I know what you're talking about. It's like Baracchio or something. I heard it before.
Yeah, Baracchio. I heard that before. I read it in
what book? Yeah,
I even heard he was gay or something too. Like he had a gay lover with him, and the gay guy.
He became Caesar after his dad died.
It was common in Rome and Greece.
Yeah,
I guess they were two male guys together, and the one was loving the other, and he painted a portrait of his gay lover, and that became the Jesus, picture these days. That's what I heard from man, but I'm weary to bear what man says.
It was I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, my
Well,
mic was on.
I would like to sing a song.
Yes.
Hang on, man.
Staying in the same ruach of joy, for today is our festival day.
Can you hang on after we're done
sir.
studying, Sandra?
Okay.
I love you.
I just wanted to get into this ruach of joy.
I got to get these 2 chapters done today because I'm taking off 2 weeks.
Are you gonna be gonna be home tomorrow, Mark? Are you gonna be home tomorrow? Or
yeah, I don't know where that's at. I know who you're talking about though, man.
Cool. I'll find it.
Right. I want to show you something here before I forget. Staying on track. This is what okay, so you know that these people, the architects and stuff, scientists, and they go around and they're able to dig up bones and find skulls and things like that. And they're able to take them to these professionals, and they can actually put skin and everything back on them and hair and paint them to make, because of the shape of the skull, they can make an image of what the person looked like when they were alive. Y'all aware of that? They've been doing that for quite a while now. So this guy here they found this in a tomb. And so that's why it was well preserved. It was like a mummy, which was what the Hebrew practiced when they buried their dead. They'd wrap them up like mummies. They got that out of Egypt when they were in Egypt and placed them in a tomb. Well, they found these guys up in the Galilee region, buried in tombs, and they went in there and opened up these tombs. And they did that. They reinvented the looks of the skull. And what they did was they had done it to quite a few people in the Galilee area. And so they were able to figure out what the average Galilean looked like in the 1st century. And so this is what they came up with. And so they're saying this is probably what Yahusha looked like because he came from that Galilee area. Now, this is totally different than what was projected in the European style. There's also a Chinese style of Yahusha, a Japanese style, African style, Black Israelite style. They all depict him differently in order to conform to their race and how they look. And so they feel more comfortable with the Messiah that looks like them. But this is what they came up with for the people that lived around the Sea of Galilee, in the upper regions of Galilee, where Yahusha was from. And this is what they say that Yahusha more than likely looked like, based on, redoing a bunch of different people in that area that was buried in tombs up there. So does that bother you? If he does look like this, would that bother you?
Mark, didn't you do a study in that book where it read about the appearance of Yahusha? You got that book? It's called like
that was Pilate letter. That was a letter from Pilate to Caesar.
Yeah.
Where it said
there's another identity there, because it was saying he had a chestnut hair or a ripened chestnut and all gray eyes and golden hair. I
think they said chest like a reddish brown.
Yeah.
More than it wasn't really yellow or gold.
Doesn't matter it doesn't matter what he looks like. It doesn't his physical fleshy man appearance, it doesn't change what he's done for us.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The pagans try to make the son of their God, which is Zeus, Hercules, right? That would be the comparison. See what I'm saying? And so would that bother you if the Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah, looked like that, what I just showed you? It wasn't all that much of a big deal was. He was more like a common looking person. Can you imagine that little guy there that they came up with doing all those miracles? I mean, that's why they intensify him. They want him to look like something that's, superior to the average human. But scripture doesn't say that. It says he was a common person. Matter of fact, it sounds like he was less than common. He wasn't anybody you would be attracted to or desire, is what it said. We just read it. Go ahead, Kathleen.
So, art history talks about the Greco-Roman ideal of people who are esteemed, and that idea of portraiture and flaw and things like that translated into that new religious wave that came through. And so they had to make him look flawless. But here's the real love test, though, is that can you love somebody who looks flawed? Can you really look at another human being and say yes? I mean, does it matter what color any of our skin is here even right now? Like, does this matter? Can I still love Sandra because we don't look the same? Can I still love Chance because we're not the same gender? That is important. And I think that's something that has been driven by religion, by different cultures. We have put these lines in the sand, and Yahuwah did not make us that way to begin with. And it has just become more and more lines of division. So if Yahusha looked like that man that you said, truly, can you love that other human? The answer should always be yes. It should be yes. If you have that feeling of the Ruach, if you truly love your fellow man, the answer should be yes. And he shouldn't have to be beautiful for you to love him. That blows my mind that you should have to think he's beautiful and flawless. Actually, that makes it almost less connectable. I can't it makes me feel lesser to try and think of this unattainable beauty.
Yeah. What a great point you're making. Okay, so if he came superior to all of us, we would be less likely to love him. But since he came less than us, and he did, then we could look at him and we feel superior to him because we're better looking or stronger than him. And so therefore we love him for the things he did for us. You see what I'm saying? See the psychological reaction to that? So she's making a fantastic point. If y'all are picking up what she's laying down, go ahead, Chan.
Yeah, wow. That was good. I agree with all that. I'm getting hit so hard today with all this stuff. He came in the likeness of men as a servant, walking in as an example for us. If he came as some kind of Hercules type of man, wow, he overcame the world because he had special powers. But no, he humbled himself. He came in the likeness of a man to show us that we can and that he loved us. You know what I mean? And wow, that's some beautiful stuff right there. He did. It says in scripture, he humbled himself like in the likeness of a man as a servant, even though he was the Almighty all along, the chief cornerstone. But he humbled himself and he showed us how we ought to walk in obedience to restore us and pick the good. That's some fire right there.
Yeah. Okay. So, Davey Steed, I found the name of that guy, Caesar Borgia.
Okay.
And here's the depiction.
Yep.
Of him. See this? This is what he looked like. I mean, the pictures of the J-Man, they transcend, and they change over time. And so this is one of the earlier depictions. And this, so they say, rumor that this was Caesar Borgia portrait. And they depicted him as Yahusha, looking like this. So you would see that, look at his elongated nose, big round eyes. See that? High cheekbones here. This is definitely a European. So this would be an Anglo-Saxon man, not a Middle Eastern man. And so this is false. This is no way he looked like this. So this, they say there's no evidence, actual evidence of it, but they highly suggest that this is a portrait of Caesar Borgia.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank
So that's
you
what you're
finding
talking.
Would that be the sun in the background for sun worship?
Yes.
Ooh, yep.
Yeah, the Romans were sun worshipers. There's no doubt about it. And so what did they do? Oh, they tried to blend all the paganism. They took the Hebrew, stole the scrolls out of the temple, okay? And then they took all and destroyed everything after they canonized, made a canonized list of what they wanted to use for their religion, their newborn religion. And so they took it and they stole it from them, and they took control of it, manipulated it in the fashion that they created a religion, universal religion, which is Catholicism. That's what Catholicism means. It means universal. So they got rid of everything that didn't fit into their religion. Okay. And so they stole the Western or the Hebrew Messiah and made him look like a European because they wanted him to look like them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So make them more the Europeans would be more apt to worship someone who looked like them, other than that other portrait that I just showed you. See what I'm saying? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Lou wanted me to mention that they stole the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. They're grave looters.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So that little boy went in there, found those Dead Sea Scrolls, and he sold them. And they had sold some of them out. I mean, the Israelites over there own some. That they have a museum there, the Shrine of the Book or something like that. I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, they have some of the Dead Sea Scrolls in their possession, and some's in New York, museum in New York. They go around, they travel around with them and display them in different places. But the majority, by far, was intercepted by the Jesuits, and they took them and hid them in the Vatican, and they have control of them, and they're not releasing them to the public. Now they have the copy of Mattatyahu written. They say nobody has seen it. It's never been shown to the public, but those in the know say that it's written in half Paleo Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, and half Aramaic, penned in half and half. But the big thing is that it shows Yahusha instead of the J-man, and that's what made the Pope faint. So one time on TV, and I was watching the news at the time, live, okay, where this was going on, and they were interviewing the Pope and a few of his, buddies, and he, they took this piece of the Dead Sea Scroll, Matthew, and they showed it to the Pope live on TV, and he looked at it, and all of a sudden he fainted, and they caught him just before he hit the ground, and they laid him there. He was out for a while. The Pope fainted, but they never released any information on what made that Pope faint. What did he see that caused him to faint? Right there on live television. But the rumor is that he saw the true name, and he saw that it wasn't the J-man, it was Yahusha, and he fainted.
Wow.
Okay, it was a 5-letter name. I don't know if y'all watched last night, but I went over the 4-letter name, the 5-letter name, and the 6-letter name that's found in scriptures. And what he saw was the 5-letter name, Yahusha. It caused him to faint. Anybody any thoughts, comments, or questions? I know I'm throwing a lot at you all at once here. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say that, that's the reason why I think Yahuwah doesn't want us to make graven images, not only do they not appease his appearance or even, you know, they don't lead you to him in any shape or form, but it allows the enemy to insert himself into the picture and get you to subconsciously think of the J-Man, that picture of the J-Man that we all see, you know? So whenever people see that, they have another man in their head other than Yahuwah or Yahusha.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, that's why signs and symbols are, you know, it's very important to just stay away from that, any kind of that stuff. And I still have a hard time grasping why the church can't, you know, why these other religions can't see that, you know, and it kind of bothers me. But, you know, I just think that it's important that we stay away from that stuff. So,
well, I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm surprised you brought that up, because look what I have sitting here getting ready to show you. Anybody familiar with this?
Michelangelo.
Famous painting.
And a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
This over here is supposed to be Yahuwah, and with all his messengers, and over here is Adam, you know, and here they're, you know, about ready to touch fingers. Do you think that that you should display this on your wall?
Mm-mm.
And here's another farm. Dig this. This is supposed to be Yahuwah as a woman, black woman, with Eve, black woman. You see what I'm saying, man? Here's the J, man. You see these two fingers here? That means temporal and permanent, or fleshly and spiritual. But really, in the known, the people that are in the known, what it actually means is a political leader and a religious leader ruling the laity as one. That's what it really means.
Baphomet did it too.
Look at that. These are all pictures. There's that robe of Turin, or whatever it's called.
The Shroud of
That's
Turin.
fake.
The shroud.
Yeah. Right. That's fake as well. Okay, so let me ask you all this. Should we display any type of picture like that of Yahuwah and Adam touching fingers? Should we display that kind of stuff?
Second commandment.
Should we?
Hey, Mark, in that picture, was that you? I know I don't agree with the painting, but the picture of Yahuwah touching Adam's finger, was that him inside of a brain?
Inside of a what?
A brain. It looked like Yahuwah was up the painting. It looked like Yahuwah, like the painting, the depiction of Yahuwah, where he was sitting inside of a brain and the brain stem was coming down. Is that what they're trying to depict there?
I don't know. I didn't
Look at the red. Look at the red. If you look at it and zoom it out, it almost looks like.
I don't know. It could be.
I don't know. That's crazy.
I don't know what it is. It almost looks like a shell or something.
And there's Taylor Swift.
And it looks like, Adam's in Eden or whatever it is depicted there, that he might be in the garden. See how it looks like a brain?
There's a better picture of it.
Looks like the frontal lobe right there, and then the cerebellum back there, and then the brainstem going down by her leg. It looks like a brain.
Wow.
Actually, Chance, I think it looks also like a uterus.
Oh, yeah.
Because women,
like a uterus, or even a heart.
Yeah, heart.
Could be a heart, could be a bladder, could be a uterus, could be a brain. Yeah, I mean, who knows what it is? But what's she sitting on? What's Eve sitting on over here? Just the side of a hill, I guess.
That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure they're supposed to represent enlightenment, or this Gnosticism. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Gnostics and enlightenment, and that all happens in the brain, they think, and it's basically paganism, so.
Or the divine connection, because the fingers are almost touching, but it's severed. So it's like I don't know. These are just man-made paintings. Like, who are they? You know, at that time. What painting is that? Who painted these paintings? I forgot. Is it Leonardo da Vinci or I don't know?
It's called The Creation of Adam is what it's called.
Actually, I don't know who it is.
It's called The
See, I've never
Creation.
seen this rendition of it, so this one's
Michael
interesting.
Angelo.
Michelangelo.
Michelangelo. It's called The Creation of Adam. Okay, so it says it shows God inside a floating nebulous form made up of drapery and other figures. So what's a nebulous?
A planet-forming cloud.
Oh, there you go. That's what it is.
It's art.
Well, a quote unquote, according to like what they teach in
It says in 1990 in Anderson, Indiana, physician Frank Mischberger noted in his journal of the American Medical Association that the background figures and shapes portrayed behind the figure of God appeared to be anatomically accurate picture of the human brain. Of the human brain. So that was a physician. So you might be right there, Chance. Could be the brain.
Chance, you're on today, man. You're always on, but like you always said, like, what part of the body would you be? And I'm just seeing this like big heart with a flashlight. It's like crazy, man. You're on.
I thought he was the big toe.
Wait, awesome. I thought it was the pinky toe at that. The fingernail on the left hand.
He might be one of the fingernails on the left hand. It's an inside joke, man. We were teasing each other about that.
That had me rolling, boy. I was laughing so hard on that.
That's awesome. So
hey, I was gonna say too about that Catholicism, the universal. The Nicene Creed of Constantine is the maker of JESUS, and most of the world is encapsulated in this Nicene Creed of Constantine, which is the Catholic, faith religion organization that's trapping all our brothers and sisters. So hopefully the viewers watching this do a little research on the Nicene Creed of Constantine and see that they made a universal religion to keep us in a snare for the control of your heart and your mind.
320 AD or around that time. The Council of Nicaea. What was that called? My mute is not on. Sorry about that.
But we touched up on that Catholicism, which is a universal religion, which I think it originates from the Nicene Creed of Constantine. And boy, I'll humbly speak, I was trapped in that, And that's where that depiction at sun worship, it's sun worship. That's why they changed the Shabbat day to Sunday for sun worship, which is the Nicene Creed of Constantine, is the Catholic universal religion. Be careful. That's where I was at.
Go, Davey.
That's why, like, when I see people in the chat, like, question things, right? It's a matter of just taking a step back, because once you can even find this stuff out on Wikipedia. You know what I mean? On stuff that's not necessarily a Christian-based thing. And you can, it's so easy. Like look up the Trinity. Look up, the names of Zeus's sons. Look up the Council of Nicaea, the 1860. I mean, you can read it. And it's fascinating how easily accessible this stuff is. And once you read it, like I tell everybody, like all my friends who ever question about me being an Natsarim, I'm like, I love you. I have nothing against you. I'm asking you to prove me wrong, in not a challenging way, but just take a moment and read it for yourself. Because the craziest thing about this is once you discover it, you can't go back. Because there's so much truth right there, everywhere. That just shows all this, like the sun worship, and like the reason behind all that. It's like I was looking at
echoing. You guys are all echoing.
Yeah. My thing's off. I don't think it's mine. Is it? Hold on, wait, watch.
No, we can hear you and see you. Okay, let's move on here real quick, y'all. Like I say, I need to get through these chapters. Go ahead, Catalina.
So, if we're talking about the idea of that balance of evil, that balance of that good and evil, but how it's that ever present right now, and you're at war. We're at war. Okay. So military strategy, coming from military family. When you go outside of a certain sphere, and this is how Constantine operated historically, why we merged all of these religious ideals and took paganism and things like that and enmeshed them and created this amalgamous religion is because control comes in a bigger way. And we cannot physically go conquer all of these people, but he has conquered beyond generations, beyond these things, because evil has a way of taking this root and finding a way to not physically just create a war, but mentally, emotionally, and religiously divide by creating this amalgamation of pagan worship and all of these things. And so what would you do if you were strategizing a way to create this long-term ripple effect, not just over one group of people, though? Because that empire, that Roman Empire, is just a small drip in the pool of the creation that Yahuwah has. And who better to know that than evil itself, who is again at war with Yahuwah. So I mean, he knows things as they are coming, and knows that it's going to take longer than just one generation. So sorry, that's just military strategy kind of blew my mind in that. Like, if you're at war, how do you do it long term? Somebody's not muted.
Okay. All right. So that brought up some interesting points. Go ahead, Raul.
Chance, can you turn your mic off, Chance?
Yeah, let's control our mics, y'all.
Yeah. What I was going to say is, like, even when you have someone that you're trying to convince them, unless Yahuwah opened their eyes, you could talk, you could show him Wikipedia, you could show him all he wants. Yahuwah is the one that leads these people that he wants us to open. Because if not, you're not going to do it on your own. Yahuwah does that work. He will use you as a vessel, but we don't have the power to change their mind.
Mark, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay. What I want to know is, should we put these pictures of Yahuwah on our living room wall, or pictures of Yahusha on our living room wall? Should we do that? What if somebody gives us a gift and gives us that big portrait, called The Creation of Adam? It's a real big picture, real big one, and they buy it for us, and it costs them $500. Should we put that on our wall so we don't hurt their feelings? What should we do? And here's another question. While you're contemplating that, should we do this? Should we bow down to a cross and pretend like that represents the Messiah? There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Should we bow down to him? Should we? Look at that. Look at this portrait. Should we put this on our wall at home? This crooks here.
We would break the second commandment.
Representing Yahusha. Look at him. He looks like an Anglo-Saxon here in this depiction. Should we do that? Bow down to the cross. Look at her. She kissing the cross. Golden cross. She even did a big fat kiss. Look at that. Bowing down to that, and that, and that, and that. Look at that family. Look at that. Should we be doing all that? Should we?
How do we show people? Was my biggest thing.
Isaiah 46 talks about 46 verse 6. You know, it's telling you about those bowing down to the silver and the gold and the wood.
Yeah. So we shouldn't be putting those type pictures or images on our home, on our walls at all, right? Even if somebody buys it and gives it to you as a present, we shouldn't be putting them on our walls. Does everybody agree with that? What should you do? Oh, say, well, thank you for the thought, but I can't put that on my wall because that's paganism. Is that what you should tell them?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Go ahead, Chance.
I got an answer for that one. So my mom bought me a silver pendant that says Gabrielle protects me, and my brother bought me a silver cross for my necklace. And I don't wear either one of them. And I just told them about the commandments very lightly. You know, we're not supposed to bow to images, and it's a tough one right there because if you don't have Ruach or understanding or Yahusha dwelling in you, this stuff is foolish to them. You know, it's simply just foolish, and you know, they bear the cross and they think that this is their deliverance.
Yeah, we shouldn't bow to an image. A cross is absolutely an image or an idol. This right here is the shrine of the book. It's where they keep the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's a museum in Israel. Okay, it's what it looks like. And here on the inside of it, you can see this looks like a big scroll. See the scroll handle here? And then this going down. You can walk up here. It looks like a scroll. It's in the shape of a scroll. That museum that you saw here is in the shape of a lid jar because the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in clay pottery with lids on them. So it's in the shape of a lid that went on top of the pottery, right? And then on the inside, obviously, then it's shaped like a scroll right here. And then, lo and behold, on that scroll is the Dead Sea Scrolls that were actually captured by the Israelites before the Jesuits got there and got the rest of them. So they did get some. And here Obama is visiting the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that's Prime Minister Netanyahu there, Benjamin Netanyahu with Obama. And guess what he's showing him? He's showing him Yahusha's true name written on these scrolls. He's showing him Yahuwah written on the scrolls. That's what he's doing. He's pointing out the true name. It was in an article, and it said that Netanyahu was pointing out Yahuwah to him. Of course, it said Yahweh, but you know it didn't say Yahweh, right? It said Yahuwah on here.
Yod Hey Uhe.
Yeah, it had Yod Hey Uhe written on there for sure. All righty,
Yeah.
so
And actually, it was in Paleo. It's like the whole thing was Aramaic, except for his name. Is that my mind? Oh,
not in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was already in ancient Hebrew. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking about the Septuagint.
Oh, okay.
This is Dead Sea Scrolls way back. The only thing that was in there that was really totally intact, you know what I mean, full, was the book of Isaiah, the scroll of Isaiah. It was almost totally intact. And so, am I breaking up, Phyllis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think your mic is doing something weird.
There's tons of interference.
Be right back.
Davey, your mic is on too.
Yeah, I think Mark's mic is picking up other people's mics and it's kind of getting weird. So I don't know it's one of us. I think it's like I don't know, somebody's sensitivity is real high.
It seems to happen with Chance more than anyone, but I'm not saying it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Much better.
Okay, control your mics. If you're not talking, turn them mics off. All right. I forgot what I was even saying now. What was I saying?
We couldn't hear you.
What? All right. Must not
You're
be.
talking about Netanyahu reading the true name to Obama.
Yeah,
Remember?
and you also mentioned about the translation. Or you talking about before
Septuagint, yeah. It's the Septuagint, even though they translated it from the Greek. Oh, I know what I was saying. The only complete scroll that they found was totally complete was the book of Isaiah. And it was written in Paleo-Hebrew. There was other things in there. I mean, there was actually, they had found some of the outside sources, the Apocrypha. They actually found Apocrypha in there. They found the book of Enoch in there. Things like that. But there was, in the Septuagint, the 70 priests, Hebrew priests, translated that. That's why it's called Septuagint. It means 70 in Greek. They used, after they redid it again and again, they actually wrote it in Aramaic, but they left the Paleo-Hebrew name Yod-Heh-Uah in there.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Cool.
So that wasn't translated, and I can't remember the year they made that Septuagint. I have to look it up. Go ahead, Dave. Joshua, I'm looking that up.
I was going to say I recently came upon, and I wondered if you knew anything about it, but I was reading this. I don't know if you remember Og from, that's the Basharian ruler that Moshe defeated. And I guess King Og wrote a book called the Book of Og. And I guess some say it was written 200 BC, but then others are saying 1400 BC. So it's up in the air when it was written. But it's I'm not saying it's a read that you read. It's very disturbing to read because it just gives you a point of view of how barbaric a lot of these rulers were. And, this Og character, who was a giant supposedly, or was of the last of the giants, he was just, I don't know. I just thought it was a very interesting book to get a mind to kind of understand who these people, how they thought and what they were about. And they're just straight up barbarians, the way they spoke. And he called out Moshe personally and was saying all these, derogatory things toward him. And he even mentioned a virgin birth, which I think was in reference to Yahusha, but I'm not sure because Yahusha came way later. So I don't know if they knew the prophecies way ahead of time or not. But at any rate, I wondered if you knew anything about this book of Og, which was one of the kingdoms that Moshe defeated and Yahuwah handed over to Moshe.
No, I can't really say that I do. But 2 Samuel, talks about other giants that, everybody knows about David and Goliath, right? But what most people don't know is that Goliath had sons, and I think he had 4 sons, and they were all giants. And David ended up killing one of them, and then his followers, his army, killed the other 3 giants that were all sons of Goliath. And so, I mean, it's in 2 Samuel, But this book
Yeah,
of
no,
all,
I just wanted to bring that up and see if you had read that before, because I thought it was very interesting. I wouldn't recommend others go out and read it because it's pretty disturbing, the way the language this Og uses and things of that nature. And
yeah,
but he just I thought it was very interesting, and
yeah,
leave it at that.
yeah. I've never read it.
And I guess he was at civil war with Nimrod, so he was in connection with Nimrod. This is well before Moshe, and it just goes into this deep history of the civil war between Nimrod and this Og character who were both giants. And anyway, just
I don't know. Yeah, it's saying that. Well, here Lou's got it written right here. It's saying that it was a apocryphal book written in the 2nd century BC. So it's ahead of its time. I mean, it was, in other words, the book was written well after the man walked on the earth. So it has to be some type of what's the word I'm thinking of? Boy, my mind ain't working quite right now, I guess. Pseudepigrapha is what it is, which is some type of writing ascribed to various scriptural writings, but it was written, probably 200 years before the birth of Yahusha, which is way after when this man walked the earth, So in other words, somebody knowing about this character pretended like he was the character and wrote the book and pretended like Og wrote it, but there's no way he could have wrote it because he didn't live in the 2nd century BC, about 200 BC. You see what I'm saying? So not only is it apocrypha, it's pseudepigrapha as well. All right, so we have to be careful with those kind of writings. Of course, there's going to be some kind of truth in them, but there's going to be a lot of falsehood too, because who they're crediting the author of that book to didn't write that book. Somebody else did way after he lived. See what I'm saying? We can't trust that kind of stuff. So yeah, you're warning the people not to read it, and be careful if you do read it. You shouldn't read outside sources unless you're steadfast in your belief. You have the Ruach HaKodesh, and you can read it and decipher it and understand it, discern evil from good, and not let it blow your little mind apart to where you get lost out there and start worshiping Satan or something. Gotta be careful. Some people just aren't strong enough or to be able to read stuff like that. It influenced their brain too much. All right. So the Septuagint was first published in 1514. And then it was retranslated again into the Greek. And I think when they did that, they left Yahuwah's name written Yad He Uah in Paleo Hebrew. Okay. And it says the Septuagint has been updated and revised by scholars over time. For example, Origen made a notable attempt to update the Septuagint in the 3rd century. And then in 2007, the International Organization for Septuagint and Cognate Studies published a new English translation of the Septuagint. Okay. So modern scholarship holds that the Septuagint was written from the 3rd through the 1st centuries BC. And so what was it? Well, it was an attempt of 70 Hebrew priests to translate the Tanakh into Greek. The very first time that anybody ever attempted to translate the Hebrew language into another language. That's what it was. They were scared to death to change Yahuwah's name. And so they left it alone, although they translated everything else. Okay? Any other thoughts, comments, questions before we move on? Yeah, don't mix the prophets with the sectarian stuff. All right. If no comments, thoughts, or questions, then Phil, let's move on.
Verse 23, and they were given him wine mixed with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they staked him, they divided his clothing, casting lots for them, what each one should take. And it was the third hour, and they staked him. And in the inscription of his accusation was written above, the sovereign of the Yehudim.
Okay, stop. Okay, back up here in 23 where it says they gave him wine mixed with mirth. Anybody know what mirth is? So mirth was a reddish resin, and it was used for embalmment and perfume, and used in anointing oil. Okay. And so they took that and mixed it with wine to give it to him to drink. And so what is the third hour? And he was, it was the third hour and they staked him. What time was that? The third hour. They staked Yahusha. Anybody know? So they captured him around midnight on prep day. Which began at the previous evening. And then they captured him up on the Mount of Olives when Peter cut off that guy's ear. That was around midnight. So they staked him at the third hour. So what time would that be? Okay, so that would be 9 o'clock a.m., 9 o'clock in the morning. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Joshua.
Going back to they were giving him wine mixed with mirth.
Yeah.
He didn't take it. He didn't take it because I think for several reasons, right? I mean, he didn't want to dilute his blood with anything else, I would imagine. But also, isn't that a way of afflicting himself as well in the process of conquering the flesh? I mean, I guess I'm just thinking there's importance there with not taking that while he was being tortured. You know what I mean? In a pretty torturous state.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it could be. But I mean, the obvious reason is I wouldn't want to drink perfume. Would you? It was a, they used it for embalming and then perfumes, and it was ordered to be used in the mixing of the things of the anointing oil, and so it had a scent to it, like perfume. Remember the woman that anointed his head, anointed his feet, and wiped it with her hair? That's what she used, was myrrh. It's a very expensive product.
Myrrh is a preserver. It preserves the body.
Yeah, that's what I said. They use it for embalming. It's used for embalming. It's used for perfume. It's used for anointing oil. And so obviously it wouldn't taste very good. And so that's the obvious reason he didn't drink it. A deeper meaning behind that, nothing's jumping out at me, but yeah, I agree with you. There may be something there, on why he didn't want to drink it. Maybe he wanted to increase his suffering, for the people. Maybe, maybe. Sandra?
I think he didn't drink the wine because he said he wasn't going to drink from the fruit of the vine when he was at the Last Supper until he came into the kingdom.
Yeah, but it wasn't just wine. It was wine mixed with myrrh.
But that's why he didn't drink it, because it was wine mixed with myrrh. He was not going to drink any wine until he came into his kingdom. Remember, that's what he told his Talmud.
I agree with you, Sandra.
It could be. That could be. Do you think Yahusha ever drank wine? Did he ever drink wine? Some people say he was an alcoholic. They teach he was an alcoholic. Some people say he got drunk at the wedding feast when he changed water to wine.
But doesn't that the wine represents the Ruach Kadesh? He wouldn't need to drink it anyway because he was the Ruach Kadesh.
Well, I would think the wine represents teaching. The new wine would be the new covenant, and the old wine would be the old covenant.
Okay.
Living water is what represents the Ruach HaKodesh.
Okay. I understand.
I don't know, man, if there's a meaning here. All I know is it's saying that they mixed myrrh with wine, which was a nasty, we had to have a nasty taste. I mean, it was used for embalming, for crying out loud, and it was a perfume. Ain't nobody going to pick that stuff up and drink it, unless you're crazy. So, that's the obvious reason he didn't drink it. The spiritual reason, I don't really, I can't come up with anything. Ruach hasn't given me anything on that at all. But I do sense that there is some type of spiritual meaning behind that. Chance, you getting anything? Chance, you getting anything on that? Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say that for me, I mean, what comes to my mind is that we're going to have to follow his way exactly as he did. And if we're to be persecuted one day for, as scripture says in various places, perhaps maybe if we're offered up something, maybe we shouldn't take it either. I mean, I don't know, but it's kind of like if, I guess it goes with afflicting your being, you know what I mean? In a way.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, that he didn't want to drink because he wanted to increase his suffering. I mean, I see that. I don't know. It's really quick. See, that's the problem with Mark, man. He rapid fires and tells you things very quickly, and he doesn't really go into detail. He doesn't elaborate. He just bam, 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 fact after fact after fact after fact, right? And so here we see that he says, and they brought him to the place called the skull, and they were giving him wine mixed with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they staked him, they divided his clothes. And he made a bam, 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 bam. See what I'm saying? He's not stopping or hesitating to elaborate. He's just telling you, the facts of what happened really quickly, one after another. That's just the way he wrote. That's his writing style. So, yeah, there's not enough there, I guess, to get it unless the Ruach gives it to somebody. Is he giving anybody any insight into this? If there's any type of spiritual secret attached to this, why he didn't drink the wine mixed with myrrh. We can't divide it. We can't just point out the wine. It's a wine mixed with myrrh. Okay. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, what came to my mind was in Marshall chapter 9, where it says, wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out its 7 columns. And the author notes that this has to do with the 7 days of the week or the week. Says she has slaughtered her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also prepared her table. Wisdom is the tenderborn, which was Yahusha. So
well, you might be onto something there now. That got my
that's all that came to my mind. That scripture just popped in my mind.
Yeah, you might be onto something there, mixing the wine with myrrh, being false doctrine type thing. Now, that could be. Yeah, because that's why that the whore that sits on the back of the red beast is going to be punished, right? Because of doing that. So I mean, that's a real good point. That could be right there. That's got me excited. Anybody else? Somebody else had their hand up. Who was it?
All esteem to Yahusha.
Phyllis, was that you? Had your hand up?
Yes, but no. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? If not, Phil, let's roll, man.
Verse 27. And with him they staked 2 robbers, one on his right and the other on his left. And the scripture was concluded, which says, and he was reckoned with the lawless. And those passing by were blaspheming him, shaking their heads and saying, Aha! You who destroyed the Makim can build it in 3 yamen? Deliver yourself and come down from the stake. And likewise the chief priests and the scribes, mocking to one another, said, He delivered others. He is unable to save himself. The Mashiach, the sovereign of Israel, come down now from the stakes that we can see and believe. And those who were staked with him were reproaching him.
Okay, stop. What does that mean? Those who were with him were reproaching him. What's that mean? The robbers on each side of him were reproaching him. What's that mean? Sandra?
They were talking just like the people, telling him, come down and deliver yourself, come down from the stake, just like the other people were doing, mocking him. That's what it means. They were also there was one that said, it says, and likewise the chief priests and the scribes mocking one another said, he delivered others. He is unable to save himself. And then the other one said, we deserve this, but we're not guilty. And that's when he asked them to remember him in his kingdom.
Yeah, so the priest and them and the other people were mocking him, basically teasing him, mocking him, being smart Alex, right? And these robbers on each side of him reproaching him, which is it can be mocking, but more so it's like criticizing him. So they were kind of criticizing him as they were hanging there on each side of him. Now, most of the time, the circus doesn't teach you that. They teach you that the one robber was nice to him and standing up for him, while the other one was being mean and criticizing him and saying mean things to him, right? And the other robber was sticking up for him. But here in Mark's writings, it's saying they both were reproaching him. Both of them were criticizing him. You see that? So why do you think, is that a controversy or not? Is the Christianity teaching this event correctly when they say one robber was criticizing him while the other was sticking up for him, and that's why he got delivered? It doesn't sound like that's the correct interpretation of this event. What y'all think? Dave, you go.
I'm curious. What does it say in the book of John? What did Lazarus say, or his real name in the book of John?
Find it. Find it and read it to us.
Because, sorry, somebody else go. Okay.
So in Mark and Matthew, both of these robbers are criticizing Yahusha or mocking Yahusha. And in Luke, the criminals, they they taunt Yahusha while the other asks for mercy. So the second criminal is known as the penitent thief. Okay. And so it's really not in Yehukanan, which maybe it's in Luke. All right. So Matthew and Mark agree that both criminals were mocking. So is this 2-1? Matthew and Mark agree, and Luke says Luke obviously is where Christianity's getting their teaching from, right? When they say robber was criticizing him while the other one was standing up for him and asking for mercy. That's where they get that from.
Luke 23, 39,
the penitent
43.
They call it the penitent thief that asks Yahushua to remember him when he comes into his kingdom. And then Yahushua replies, I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise. So they take that and run with it, man. They really go way out with it because of the punctuational error in the KJV. So the comma is placed in the wrong spot. The translators placed that comma incorrectly. So it should say, I say to you today, you will be with me in paradise. And so it's obvious in John that the robber didn't go straight to paradise that day that they died. The robber couldn't have went with Yahushua. He said, you will be with me in paradise. So that means they teach that he took the robber with him when he went to heaven, to paradise, right? And they call paradise, which it's not because it doesn't even exist. But the reason we know that the robber did not go to paradise that day is because Yahushua didn't. Yahushua laid in that tomb for 3 days and 3 nights. And then when he woke up and come out of the tomb and saw Mary Magdalene, he told Mary Magdalene, do not touch me because I have not ascended to my Father yet. Meaning he didn't go anywhere. See that?
Right.
And so that there was no way the robber did. So where's the robber? Well, he's still in the grave waiting for the resurrection. Will he be in the first resurrection? Probably not. But we're definitely going to see him in the second resurrection, and you can bet your bottom dollar you're going to see him in the reign of Yahuwah. For sure, he'll be there. But the comma is placed in the wrong place. It isn't supposed to say, I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise, because we can read that event and we can determine that that's incorrect. That robber didn't go anywhere because Yahushua did not go anywhere for 3 days and 3 nights. And so the comma needs to be placed after today. So it should say, I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise. Okay. And cool. If you have a translation that comma's in the wrong place, go ahead and correct it. Put that comma after the word today. That's where that comma belongs. Okay, so I'm still asking the question now, is this a controversy between Matthew and Mark, who agree, and Luke, who gives us a slightly different opinion of what was going on with these robbers? Somebody? Catalina?
No, I don't think it is a controversy, really. But, when they're kind of agreeing with the people who are like, are you not the Mashiach who can deliver? Why aren't you delivering yourself? They're all 3 of them are staked to die. So, of course, they're like, if you're the guy, please, like, you can do this, you can help us all. So, I mean, in those moments of desperation when you are being tortured, when you are hanging there, and he has the resolution within himself. This is the truly beautiful in this horrific moment. He knows what's happening. And he knows why he's there. They don't. And they are just there alongside. And they're reaching for whatever hope they can have for this
Okay,
end. But I don't think that Luke.
Time out. But the controversy is that Yahusha promised this man that he would be in paradise with him. Okay, and Luke, and in Matthew and Mark, Yahusha does not say that at all. It says that the robbers were reproaching him, and that's it. It doesn't record any conversation between Yahusha and that what they call the penitent thief, which means the repenting thief. That means repent. That's what that means. That he repented, and so he was promised deliverance. See what I'm saying, Kathalina? That's what I'm asking. That's a difference. Go ahead, Davey.
It's so weird because and tell me if I'm wrong, but nobody was there except for Alazar, right? With Miriam and all them. So it's like, I mean, I could see where like Mark and Luke, because like they took the stories of other people to put their books together, but like Matthew wasn't there. I mean, only Alazar was there. So that's why I instinctively thought the book of Buchanan, but even in here it doesn't really say much, right? So like anyway, that's just interesting.
Yeah, I don't think Yehukanan records this at all.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so that's crazy.
So that's a good point. Yehukanan, being Alazar Lazarus, was there with the women. He wasn't one of the 12 Talmudim. Okay, right. He was a Talmudim, but he wasn't part of the 12 chosen ones. Okay, the inner circle. Matthew was, but he scattered. Mm-hmm. Scripture's clear. Strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. And that's what they did. All of them took off and denied him. All of them scattered and hid like cowards. And then, Mark was too young. He wasn't there that we know of. He wasn't there, but he may have been standing there at a distance as a young man, possibly a teenager at this time. We'll just say we really don't know that, but I'm just saying. But we cannot classify him as an eyewitness. That's for sure. But he may have been standing there at a distance and was an eyewitness to it. But was he close enough to hear the conversation? Them guys that were hanging up there on that stake on each side of Yahushua, they probably couldn't talk that loud from the agony and the pain they were suffering.
Yeah.
I don't know how loud they could speak, in that type of pain. It is extremely painful, that type of death. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of thoughts come to mind here. But, Matthew and Mark doesn't record Yahushua promising that thief that, but Luke does. Luke was not an eyewitness either. So you can classify him along with Mark. But Matthew was an eyewitness, but he wasn't there because he scattered. It says the 12 scattered, man, after they struck the shepherd. See what I'm saying? So although he was an eyewitness, we don't know where he was hiding, where he was at. Possibly watching from a distance, maybe, because, from Jerusalem, you could see the Mount of Olives. And so Golgotha was probably closer in a different direction. And so possibly you could see the graveyard where they were executing them at from the Mount of Olives and from Jerusalem. So maybe he was in one of them spots and was watching. Who knows? But to me, they must have gotten the details of this event from either Alazar, the one whom you shall love, was definitely there with the women, or one of the women that was there, or possibly one of the Roman soldiers. Because that one Roman soldier said, truly, this was the son of Elohim. And so if he was shocked into that reality and that truth, then I think that soldier would be more than willing to speak with somebody about it. And so maybe they got information from him, and he was definitely there. See what I'm saying? So again, I'm asking, is this a controversy? What's going on here? Why Matthew and Mark didn't record this promise that Yahushua made to the thief, the robber, but Luke does? Is it a controversy? Anybody got thoughts, comments, question? Sandra.
I don't think it's a controversy, Brother Mark. I think it's just a different account from the different writers. Luke being given his account from whomever he was getting his recognition or recall of the story from whomever he got it was, and the other two didn't get that information given to them. For it to be a controversy, it would have to be something that's not true, right?
To be a controversy, somebody has to be calling somebody else a liar. And there's nobody calling anybody a liar here, so it can't be a controversy.
It's just telling different accounts.
Yeah, and I'm buying what you're selling. Okay, I agree with you.
Now I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's in reference to him being scourged in Mark in Hebrews chapter 12. Because what was coming to my mind about that, Yahuwah scourges and he disciplines every son he receives. So Yahushua was going through that, being his son, the second Adam. That was what he was in, and it talks about it in Hebrews chapter 12. It says, we too then, having so great a cloud of witnesses all around us, let us lay aside every weight and sin which so easily entangles us, and let us run with endurance the race set before us, looking to the princely leader and perfecter of our belief, Yahushua, who for the joy set before him endured the stake, having despised the shame, and sat down at the right hand of the throne of Yahuwah. For consider him who endured such opposition from sinners against himself, lest you become weary and faint in your lives. You have not yet resisted to blood, striving against sin, and you have forgotten the opinion which speaks to us or speaks to you as sons. My son, do not despise the discipline of Yahuwah, nor faint when you are reproved by him. For whom Yahuwah loves, he disciplines and flogs every son whom he receives. If you endure discipline, Yahuwah is treating you as sons. For what son is there whom the father does not discipline? And that's what Yahushua was going through. He was being disciplined by him. There's another scripture says that he learned righteousness through the things that he suffered. Not that he needed to learn it because he was perfect, but he was yet human too. And he had to be in the same likeness that we feel to be able to affiliate with us.
Yeah, he learned obedience by what he suffered. Why don't you read that for us, Sandra? Hebrews 5. Probably start around verse 5. So Hebrews 5:5, and read it through the end of that chapter.
Okay.
5 through 14.
So also, the Mashiach did not extol himself to become high priest, but it was he who said to him, you are my son. Today I have brought you forth. And as he also says in another place, you are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek, who in the yeoman of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and petitions with strong crying and tears to him who was able to save him from death, and was heard because of his reverent fear. Though being a son, he learned obedience by what he suffered. And having been perfected, he became the causer of everlasting deliverance to all those obeying him. Having been designated by Yahuwah a high priest, according to the order of Melchizedek, concerning whom we have much to say and hard to explain, since you have been dull of hearing. For indeed, although by this time you ought to be teachers, you need someone to teach you again the first elements of the words of Yahuwah. And you have become such as need milk and not solid food. But everyone partaking of milk is inexperienced in the word of uprightness, for he is a babe. But solid food is for the mature, whose senses have been trained by practice to discern both good and evil.
Okay. And so, as we can see here, you remain a babe until you can discern between good and evil. Then Yahuwah allows your growth, spiritual maturity to happen. Okay. So if you can't discern between good and evil, you need to practice. All right. It's amazing that he learned obedience by what he suffered. So is that speaking about his divine nature or his human nature? Go ahead, Sandra.
That's speaking about his human nature. So that's how we are scourged and conditioned through our afflictions.
Yeah, and so since he had to learn obedience to what he suffered, that means that we're going to have to do the same thing. So when you suffer in any type of way, then you're being chastised or you're being corrected by Yahuwah. And so therefore endure. If he didn't love you, if you weren't his son, he wouldn't be correcting you. Just like if you have a son and he does something wrong, you spank him, it's because you love him and you don't want him to get hurt, or go to jail. And so you spank his butt so to get him to, not be doing that type of things that can cause him pain and suffering, right? Because you love him. Same thing. So if he loves you, if he considers you his son and he considers himself your father, expect to be disciplined. It shouldn't become any surprise if you are disciplined, even though you don't want to be, it's going to happen. Go ahead, Joshua.
There we go. I don't know. It's giving me a hard time. So I think this kind of goes back to what I was saying about not drinking the wine mixed with myrrh, perhaps because he didn't want to, you learn obedience through your suffering. And like you were saying, like if a child were to drink wine before he got spanked, he would just keep continuing to do it. He would never be obedient. So I think that's also another reason why he didn't want to drink that, because he knows he needed to go through the suffering and not be numb to it,
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go on, but we got to get back into this because I got to get this book done today. I don't know who had their hand up first. Chance?
I'm in Mattis Yahoo, and toward the end, it's talking about the same thing about the wine mixed, but this time it's saying bile, and it's saying that Yahusha actually tasting it. So there is a little bit of a differences of maybe there was one there and one wasn't, but it's saying bile now in Mattis Yahoo, and it's saying he actually tasting it and he would not drink it after tasting it. But
Hang on, time out. Okay, that's a different occurrence. It's not the same occurrence. Mark also speaks about that exact same thing in verse 36. We haven't got to it yet. Okay, so that's not a discrepancy, all right? It's a different occurrence. Okay, go ahead, Sandra.
So I was just going to add, he said he chose us through the furnace of affliction, symbolic to burning off the dross. The flesh is dying out while the ruach is coming forth. When we go through affliction, it's taking self out of the way so that he can fully reign completely in us. We complete in him. That's what the furnace of affliction is, what I like to add, because he said he chose us through the furnace of affliction. We're chosen for those afflictions.
Okay. If there are no other comments, let's move on, Phil.
Hey, hold on. Mark, I did find what you're saying. And the one you're talking about is drinking from the reed. And this one in Matithyahu is the same. It's the mixed wine in Matithyahu, and it's the mixed wine in Mark, but they both have different accounts. And then what you're talking about is the one verse in 36 where he's drinking from the reed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same in Mark 2 where he's drinking from the reed. So there's two differences in when he is being staked before. And then there's one up here, Matithyahu. Let's see. 27. 33. Matithyahu 27:33, and then in Mark 15:23. But if you look in Matithyahu, there's another wine occurrence up here in 48. So there's two wine occurrences in Mark, but the first one is different from the account of Mark. The one that I'm talking about in Matithyahu is saying it's bile, and that Yahusha actually tasted it, and in Mark it's saying it's myrrh. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
What is that all about?
Nothing. Bile is nothing. Okay. It just when they say something's bile, they're just saying it tastes nasty. Okay, so it would be any substance that's bitter or disgusting to the human taste. It's really nothing other than bile is something that's created in the pancreas, you know what I mean, or the gallbladder, I mean. You know, bile.
So like a spit?
It's nothing.
Yeah.
It just means it's nasty, whatever it was. So it possibly Matthew didn't know that they put myrrh in it, but Mark did. Maybe he didn't know what the substance was he mixed with the wine, so he just called it mixed with bile to drink. Bile is nothing. It just means something that's bitter or tastes nasty to the human taste buds. Okay, that's what it means. It's nothing in particular, but myrrh is. It's like I said, it's put into perfume or embalmment or the anointed oil. It's probably got a bitter, nasty taste to it, you know. And so the only thing that I'm seeing is Matthew didn't know what they mixed with the wine, so he just said bile, something nasty. And because he's saying, and after tasting it, he would not drink it. Obviously, it didn't taste very good. Maybe he didn't know that they mixed the wine with the myrrh, but he knew it was wine, and he did taste it and drink it, Sandra. So that kind of eliminates what you were saying. Matthew says he did drink the wine. Go ahead, Raul.
There's a definition here that says vile can also morally mean wicked, something wicked.
Yeah, but they didn't put wicked in the drink, you know. So that would be in a different context. So if you're using the word bile in a different context, it could mean wicked or something evil or something, you know, vile type thing, you know. But when you have it in this context where it's a substance or something that they're mixing with the wine, an unknown substance, I should say, then he don't know what it was. He just said it was bile because of the reaction of Yahusha when he tasted it. He probably went, ugh, that's nasty. And he didn't want to drink it afterwards. And so Matthew understood that by his reaction that it was something bitter. It didn't taste good, but he didn't know what it was. So he just called it bile. And so context is everything. So we put this word bile in context here. It was a substance they mixed with the wine, but it was unknown substance, and it was bitter and nasty tasting, not evil. You can't taste evil. See, so that bile could mean evil, but in a completely different context. So context is everything, yo. Like I tell you that over and over and over and over. Context is everything. Is there any other thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Kathalina.
More of a question for you, Mark, for clarity's sake. Now, at this point with this whole wine thing, were Matthew and Mark, had they already dispersed at this point? Or were they actually still there?
Oh.
Or were these other accounts that they're hearing? Because then that would make also more sense as to, not really knowing what exactly is. One person may tell you, I don't know what was in the wine, but another person could say, but were they there for my ignorance?
Yeah, that's what we were saying just a minute ago. We were talking about that, Matthew was one of the Talmudim that scattered, strike the sheep.
Right. Okay.
Strike the shepherd and the sheep were scattered. So more than likely he wasn't there. At least he wasn't up close and personal.
Okay.
Like
so even for that wine interaction, he was not present. So that makes a lot of sense that it might be a little differently worded. It's still like, I'm not drinking that.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. What's happening here.
And Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, Luke was definitely probably not there. And he was definitely getting this information from different people. He wasn't an eyewitness. And Mark is up in the air. More than likely he wasn't there, but he was probably a young teenager at this particular time. And if he was there, he was probably standing away off where, more than likely he couldn't hear what they were saying. He could maybe see what was happening, but couldn't hear what was happening. But there again, he could have been there. It really doesn't say about Mark, but just
that helps. That for me, that that context, making sure that I'm in the same timeline of where they scattered and what.
Yeah. So that all goes into the equation. You know what I mean? We got to take all that into account for sure. Go ahead, Chance.
It's kind of this little hiccup for me right here is kind of ruining it for me. I'm trying to get this message from it, but it's saying on one account he tasted it, and then on the other account he didn't. But it's ruining the message for me because if he didn't taste it, then it could mean like myrrh being the anointment. They were trying to use their teachings to show that perhaps the resurrection already happened and that Yahusha was, what his purpose was to come here for us. The wine would be their teachings still trying to ruin the prophecy in which Yahusha was coming to do to deliver us all. And they were using that mixed wine, so mixed teachings, and then they were using their own anointment to try to anoint the process. But if Yahusha tasted it, then that ruins the message.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can't let it ruin the message. Okay. The message is he was suffering for your sake. That's the message. Because Matthew's saying that they mixed the wine with bile, something bitter. If he was at a distance and they put that up there for him to drink, maybe it touched his lip. Maybe it looked like he drank it, but maybe he didn't. And so he said he drank it and then he tasted it, but he didn't want to drink it. Maybe it just touched his lip, man. And he knew it was
he
nasty.
Smelled it.
Yeah, maybe he smelled it and didn't drink it. But maybe at a distance, maybe Matthew thought he took a drink of it, but maybe he didn't. Like she just said, maybe he smelled it and went like that. And so his reaction to the smell at a distance maybe looked like he tasted it and then rebuked it, And then on the other hand, in Mark's account, it says he didn't drink it, maybe somebody up close that was there, one of the women or Eleazar or that Roman soldier may have told Mark, yeah, they gave him wine mixed with myrrh. So see, since he knew what the bile was, then the person that told him that must have been up close and knew that they had mixed myrrh with that wine. And so he knew what the ingredient was, where the person that told Matthew didn't, because he just used the word bile, which is nothing, okay? Just means better. And so since Mark knew the substance that was mixed with the wine, okay, somebody must have been up there and close and knew and heard. See what I'm saying? And so that person must have said, yeah, they mixed the wine with myrrh and put it up there, but he didn't drink it. And that's why Mark wrote that down. See what I'm saying? So somebody up close and knew better. And here in Matthew, maybe it touched his lip and he rejected it. Maybe he smelled it and turned his head and rejected it. And at a distance, maybe Matthew thought he tasted it, but really he did not. And we don't know. And if he did, if he did, then Mark's wrong. So I mean, if he did taste it, but if it's just to say he did taste it, and Mark's wrong, that doesn't muddy the waters, man, at all.
Well, all right. I agree with you. That was stumbling me up on the message here, but this is what's coming across to me right now is they put purple on him, they bent the knee, they spit on him, they bowed down to him in mockingly. So that means they're anointing him in a mockingly way, and they're putting false teachings on him, which is the mixed wine, and he refused it because that takes away his prophecy. So they're anointing him with the purple and bowing and spitting on him and mocking him. And they're bringing that mixed wine out, trying to destroy the prophecy. That's what's coming across to me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if we're struggling to come up with a spiritual meaning behind all this, then I think we need to settle down and be still and know that Yahuwah is Elohim. If Yahuwah wants to give you something, he'll give it to you. If he doesn't, he won't. And you need to quit struggling with it and calm yourself down and know that he's Elohim. Go ahead, Sandra.
Thank you. So I was going to tell us that Tehillim, Psalm 69, verse 20 to 21, it says, reproach has broken my heart, and I am sick. I looked for sympathy, but there was none, and for comforters, but I found none. And they gave me gall for my food, and for my thirst, they gave me vinegar to drink. So this is describing these sufferings that Yahushua is going through here in these final hours. This is fulfillment of that prophecy that Daud, I don't know, I think Daud wrote this song. But there it is right here.
Yeah, gall can refer to myrrh. Okay, so gall is, again, just a better tasting substance, not really pinpointing anything in particular, but it could be derived from myrrh or even wormwood, which is better. And either way, they're both pointing at false doctrine and falsehood, right? See that, Chance?
Yep.
So whether if he tasted it, would be just like he heard wormwood, but he didn't drink it. He only tasted it because that's what we are up against. We taste the wormwood, don't we? The false doctrine, the doctrine of demons, doesn't mean we have to drink it. If somebody drinks it, Mark says it's not going to harm them. And we're going to get to that in chapter 16 of Mark, where it says that if they drink any deadly poison, it shall by no means hurt them. See what I mean? So even though you taste the wormwood, it doesn't hurt you, destroy you. I'll throw you into the lake of fire, because of your belief and because of your knowledge of truth. And so you reject it and it doesn't affect you. See what I'm saying?
Wow. And myrrh was actually used for to keep the body from decomposing or deteriorating too. So that wine could have definitely, the mixed wine could have been, the teachings could have been trying to prevent Yahusha from fulfilling his prophecy by, and then a literal context, it's preventing the body from decomposing, which means their teachings were trying to prevent the knowing of Yahusha ascending and being resurrected. Whoa.
Yeah. Scripture says that he never decayed, he didn't break down in decay at all. And the reason it says that's because the human body doesn't decompose until after the fourth day. So what that is evidence that he resurrected on the third day like he said he would. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Phil, let's move on, man. Phil? Let's move on, Phil.
All right. Verse 33. And when the 6th hour came, darkness came over all the land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Yahusha cried out with a loud voice, saying, Ali, Ali, la sabachthani, which is translated, Mael, Mael, why have thou forsaken me?
Okay, stop. Where do we find that at? Is that him crying out to a different deity and making himself a subordinate in this second deity in the made-up God head? What's going on there?
Wow.
Sandra?
He's teaching his Talmud. That's Tehillim or Psalms 22.
Right. So if you go to Psalms 22, you'll see why he's saying that line. And see, so the Hebrews were an oral society. In other words, not a lot of people could read and write. And so someone would read to the children and they would read the whole line of the book. And then the children would repeat the rest of that chapter and context to them. And so that way, the Israelites, by the time they were men at 20 years old, they knew the Torah verbatim. And so here we find Yahusha simply quoting Psalms 22, referencing the onlookers to Psalms 22, which would explain to them what was going on here. And so we find him continuing to teach even on the stake.
Wow.
Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
What is that, Psalms 22?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Go to Psalms 22.
I think I remember you talking about this about a month ago, and it was kind of mind-blowing because if you continue to read past that, it's not a desperation, it's a declaration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in Psalms 22 on page 652 says, my all, why have you forsaken me? So that's exactly what Yahusha was doing, was referencing the onlookers to Psalms 22 so they could understand the events of what was happening. All right, let's move on then, Phil.
Verse 35. And some of those standing by, when they heard it, said, see, he's calling for Eliyahu. And someone ran and filled a sponge with sour wine and put it on a reed and offered it him to drink, saying, leave him. Let us see if Eliyahu comes to take him down. And Yahusha cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. And the veil of Mishkan was torn in two from top to bottom.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
What does that mean? The veil of the Mishkan was torn in two from top to bottom. What did that symbolize? Why is that in here? Sandra?
The Ruach Kadesh left him, and the fleshly man staked and died. That's the Ruach split away from him. him being the Mishkan.
Okay, but what does it mean that the veil was torn in two from top to bottom? Go ahead, Raul.
Could it mean that the most high place now is open to the whole earth, to all, Hebrew and Gentile?
Yeah. So the barrier that was keeping men from having a relationship with Yahuwah was removed. So the barrier was removed, separating men from Yahuwah. And so therefore now men had a direct access to Yahuwah now. Okay, so the way was open. See, so what the veil did was it separated the Holy of Holies, the inner sanctuary, from the rest of the temple. Okay, and you couldn't go in there or you would die. Okay, the only time you could go in there was the high priest once a year on the Day of Atonement. The only time they could go in there, and even then they would tie a rope around him, around his ankle, and when he went in there, in case he died, they could pull him out, and they wouldn't have to enter in there and get him and risking dying themselves.
Wow.
It kind of gave us our personal relationship with Yahuwah, direct from us to Yahuwah.
Yeah, it removed the barriers between us and Yahuwah. So you can boldly go to the throne of Yahuwah now and give your petitions to him and worship him, worship at his feet. You do have direct access to Yahuwah now because the veil has been removed. Okay, the barrier that was separating Yahuwah from the rest of the temple is now open. Open access to Yahuwah now through the blood of Yahusha. You still have to go through Yahusha, but you have access now. The gate's wide open. Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
Question. So does that mean like the middle wall of petition was taken down?
The what?
Does it have any relationship to the middle wall of petition being removed?
The middle wall?
When the veil of the Mishkan is torn in two from top to bottom. Is that the same thing?
I don't think so. You know, that
okay.
middle wall, I don't think so. I mean, the veil basically represented a barrier that could prevented men from having a relationship with Yahuwah or having access to Yahuwah.
Is that at one mint? Is that the same thing as at one mint?
At one mint? No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to get an understanding, and I'm really not understanding.
Okay. Man did not have access to Yahuwah, period, because of sin. Okay. Sin prevented us from having a relationship or access to Yahuwah. And so through the blood of Yahusha, the barrier that separated a sinful man from a sinless Elohim was removed. And therefore, we were given access to the throne of Yahuwah now. See, if they would have went, if any man, priest, whatever, would have entered into the Holy of Holies through that veil, he would have died in, so they dropped dead. They weren't allowed to go in there. See, but so when the curtain was torn in half, now men were allowed to go in and they wouldn't die now. They had access to Yahuwah. You see that? Through the blood of Mashiach, because the blood of Mashiach washed away their sins and now you're sinless. So you can go in front of a sinless Elohim because you're a sinless creature now through his blood. Following, picking up what I'm laying down yet? Go ahead. Some people say it symbolizes removing the flesh. I don't know if that'll help you or not. Go ahead, Raul.
To me, it kind of also represents that there's no more high priest. Yahuwah is your high priest now. So you don't have to go to other man. You go directly to Yahuwah. You don't need a man. It's like the churches nowadays. You have the preacher, you have the priest, you have, that no more of them. You don't need that no more. Now it's you and him.
That's right.
And that's what they don't like. They don't like that power taken away from them.
That's right. They don't
believe
like
they don't.
Yeah. Go ahead, Davey.
And forgive me if you said this already because I was looking it up, but the Mishkan is like a portable sanctuary, right? Like they would take to like I think back in the Jewish culture. So it was almost like the veil of the Mishkan means that, now he is everywhere. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to have a Mishkan to worship in. You don't have to have like a portable sanctuary to bring with you. Because I was just looking up what Mishkan meant. I couldn't find it, and it said it was a portable sanctuary that Israelites carried with them in the wilderness after leaving Egypt, but built according to the specifications revealed by Yahuwah to Moses at Mount Sinai. I mean, I'm just looking that up. I just find that fascinating.
Yeah, Mishkan just means temple, okay?
Okay.
And the tabernacle was a tent, a meeting tent, tent of meeting. Okay, so they had to set this all up every time they moved. And there was a wall, there was a courtroom, there was a tent of meeting within the tabernacle, and that's where the Ark of the Covenant was, so forth and so on, okay? But after they went into the Promised Land, and Solomon built that temple, then they put up the veil because it represented a separation between sinless man and or sinful man and the sinless Elohim. It became a permanent structure now. So it was no longer was it portable. It was permanent, a house for Elohim, where he chose to put his name in Jerusalem. And so that's on the Temple Mount, or Mount Moriah, is where Abraham was when he went to sacrifice Isaac, so forth and so on. And that's where the temple was erected and became a permanent structure. Well, after we all know after the temple was the curtain, the veil was torn in two, giving access to each and every one of us to Yahuwah. And like Raul said, we don't have to go through no priest or anything to go talk for us. We can talk to him for ourselves now. And guess what happened in 70 AD? That temple was destroyed, totally destroyed, indicating now that we're the temple.
Right.
So spiritually, we're the third temple. And so now, not only can we have access to Yahuwah, but we can live with Yahuwah. He comes and dwells with us, tabernacles with us in our tent, our temporary tent, which is also portable. Okay. But later on in the eternity, we're going to get an immortal body, which is going to be a permanent dwelling place, not temporarily like our flesh, but permanent. And we'll live with Yahuwah forever. He'll dwell with us fully forever at that point. Okay. Wow. See how all that plays out?
Yep.
Go ahead, Chan.
Yeah, I was just piggybacking off of with the Mishkan. Mishkan means, like, to me, a dwelling place of Yahuwah. A temple, and by the blood and the wood and the stake, he overthrew the rulers of the world. Too, as far as the tearing the Mishkan or the veil in two, and no more blood sacrifices, because his blood was the atonement. He's the Kohen HaGadol, the trustworthy, compassionate high priest. What was I going to say here? Yeah, he destroyed the works of Hashatan. You know what I mean? So now, instead of one high priest who also had to make blood sacrifices with his own hands for his own sins and also for the people, Yahusha's ultimate atonement was enough to tear that veil into two. And Yahusha is Yahuwah. You know, he's the intercessor. So now we have an intercessor on our behalf. You know, we, like you said before, Mark, we can approach the throne of Yahuwah through Yahusha, who is Yahuwah. It's kind of a beautiful thing. Wow.
Well, think about the veil of the Mishkan, okay, that was torn in two. Since we have now, it was destroyed. So since now we're the temple, what's the veil? What's the veil of the Mishkan? We have become the Mishkan. What's the veil? Joshua?
The scale over our eyes. That the no.
No, not quite. Davey?
Christianity?
No. Go ahead, Raul.
Well, the Ruach?
No. Phil?
Our body.
Yeah, the flesh. So since the veil was torn in two, that means the removal of the flesh. What happened to Adam and Kua when they disobeyed Yahuwah in the garden? They turned into flesh.
Yep.
Flesh is the veil that separates you from Yahuwah. The mind of the flesh is what separates you from the spiritual Elohim. Sinless spiritual Elohim. It's your flesh. So your flesh is now the veil. But since the veil is torn in half, then there's no more barrier between your inner man and Yahuwah. And so he enters in to his temple, writes his commandments on our heart, put them in our mind. So our heart becomes the Ark of the Covenant. So our body is the temple. Our flesh is the veil that was when ripped in two. Our heart is the Ark of the Covenant, what carries the commandments. And then our Ruach is the mercy seat. It's where Yahuwah sets in us, and he seals our inner man for the day of redemption, and our being becomes the mercy seat. We're the temple now. Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't raise my hand.
I asked.
Hey, how's it going? So right now what you say was like very, very inspiring, actually. Like I never thought it like that. I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't know, this way that you articulated it just like really sounded. So if the first Mishkan, if we're saying that we're the temple now and Yahuwah dwells in us, in the first Mishkan when Moses was in the desert with all the Israelites and he was dwelling among them, is that a metaphor that he was dwelling in them too until they did not follow the law? They went away from him, and then he removed himself from them, from inside of them in a metaphoric way, like no longer in the Mishkan that they set up, but inside of them, in their hearts or in their bodies and in their minds. So like he's going in and out accordingly to if people follow or not follow. Is that what you refer to? So if we stop following him, or if we are not, I'm not going to say immersed, but if we're not following his laws, commands, and Yahushua HaMashiach, he's no longer dwelling in us, or at this point we're in a default that if you've been immersed, he will dwell in you regardless, not regardless of your action, but regardless now of the timeline that we're having, whether that you are committed to Yahushua HaMashiach, but you're maybe not completely following the laws and the commands and living on, doing all the required things that are requested by him through his Tanakh. I don't know if my question kind of makes sense.
Yeah, like we said before, there's three different ways that Yahuwah keeps us alive. Okay, he keeps everybody alive by sustaining us, and so everybody, all his creation is in him, and he's in his creation. And so he sustains everybody, even the wicked. If he removed his ruach and his breath, man would drop dead. All flesh would drop dead immediately. Okay. And so everyone has to be in him, and he has to be in everyone just to be alive. Okay. And then we go into what you were talking about during the Moses time period, when he went and he filled people and worked through them, and then once he accomplished what he wanted to do, he left. But he didn't pull them out of his being, because everyone has to be in him to be alive. He just quit working through them and removed his ruach that was controlling them and working through them, but he just let them exist in him. He never removes himself from you totally, otherwise you drop dead. Okay. And so he didn't fully immerse anyone or take up permanent residence in anyone until Yahusha died. Once that happened, then he could immerse. Yahusha's ruach immerses you. He comes into you and lives permanently, and seals your being for the day of redemption, and your being becomes powerless to sin. You can't sin anymore. It's impossible. You're powerless to sin. If you sin, it's the old man sinning, not you, but the old man who's already condemned to death. He's already been tried and convicted and sentenced to death. He knows he's going to die, so he doesn't care if he continues to sin. But the new creature, your being, is powerless to sin. Cannot sin. It's impossible, because you have the ruach surrounding you. He's got you sealed off, which means sin can't penetrate you and give you the virus. You can't catch that virus. You're healed and protected. You can't catch it anymore because of the ruach. Okay. And you're waiting for the expectation of a new body, an immortal body. That's what we're all waiting on. But we're sealed with the day of redemption with the ruach. So once Yahuwah takes up permanent residence in you, which is what the immersion of the ruach is, it's permanent. He never leaves you or forsakes you. Even if you go to the grave before his return, he's with you in the grave. He stays with you permanently. And then when he resurrects you, or if you're still alive at his coming, he's going to give you your immortal body. But he still remains in you, even at a higher fulfillment. He fulfills you totally. Okay. And so he never ever leaves you once he immerses you. It's a permanent thing. Okay. He'll never leave you or forsake you, even to the grave. Okay, go ahead, Davey.
It's amazing, like you're saying that, and it makes so much sense, because I've been questioning here, going, okay, what happens if I keep sinning? What happens if this and blah, blah, blah? But I've noticed, like, these past couple months, like since my immersion, it's like the wanting to sin is like leaving me. Like, it's almost like he is taking over. And I'm not saying that I'm, innocent of everything, but it's like I challenge everything, because I want to know, you know what I mean? Like, that's the way I look at all this. Like, I like proof. And it's fascinating as I'm just like paying attention to my emotions and my thing. It's like I don't want to sin. And the things that used to have control on me, like you could say, oh, that's a natural thing, they're not even attractive to me anymore. It's crazy. It's just, I'm just witnessing. It's awesome. But all right, love you guys. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, everybody turn to 1 John. Go to page 1188. 1188, 1 John, 1 Yehukanan, chapter 3. Probably start up there at verse 4 and go and read down through about 15. It explains it all very well. So it says, everyone doing sin, if you are sinning, also does lawlessness, and sin is lawlessness. You're a criminal. And you know that he was manifested to take away our sins, to remove all your sins, give you a clean slate. And in him there is no sin. Everyone staying in him does not sin. Do you see that? And in him, which you are, there is no sin. There's no sin in Yahusha, and that's where you're at, man. You're in him, and he's in you. Everyone staying in him does not sin. Everyone sinning has neither seen him nor known him. Little children, let no one lead you astray. The one doing uprightness is upright, even as he is upright. The one doing sin is of the devil, because the devil has sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of Yahuwah was manifested to destroy the activity of the devil. And see there, so you can't sin if you're in Yahusha, because he has no sin. So everyone having been born of Yahuwah, that's your rebirth. If you've been reborn, you've been immersed with the water and the blood and the Ruach HaKodesh. You are reborn. You're a new creature, spiritual child now. Everyone having been born of Yahuwah does not sin, because his seed, which is the Ruach, stays in him. See that? So now you're in him and he's in you. You see that? On a permanent basis, you become his temple. And he is powerless to sin, because he has been born of Yahuwah. So if you're born again and you immerse with the Ruach, you're powerless to sin, and you can't sin if you wanted to. Yahuwah is not going to allow the new creature to catch the virus. Now, he's got you protected now, just like if you went and got a shot, you're immune, to sin. You can't catch it anymore, because he has you protected. You're totally sealed off. And so you're powerless to sin, because you have been born again of Yahuwah. And in this, the children of Yahuwah and the children of the devil are manifest. And manifest means revealed. And everyone not doing righteousness is not of Yahuwah, neither the one not loving his brother. Because this is the message that you heard from the beginning, that we should love one another, not as Cain, who was of the wicked one and killed his brother. And why did he kill him? Because his works were wicked, but those of his brother were righteous. Do not marvel, my brothers, if the world hates you. We know that we have passed out of death into life, because we love the brothers. So once you're able to look at someone through the eyes of Yahuwah, you love them. You might not know why you love them, but you have a feeling of love for them. You really care about them. Okay? And you have the Ruach if that happens to you. So we have passed out of death into life, because we love the brothers. The one not loving his brother stays in death. You don't have the Ruach, man. You're staying in death. You're in the flesh, which is death. Ruach is life. Everyone hating his brother is a murderer. And you know that no murderer has everlasting life staying in him. Listen to that. That no murderer has everlasting life staying in him. So what's everlasting life? It's Yahuwah. Yahuwah is the only one who has everlasting life. And if you have everlasting life living in you, staying in you, then you will live forever. Everybody seeing that? So what happens if you sin? Well, it's not the new creature sinning, because the new creature is powerless to sin. So who is it? It's the old man. Because in the spiritual realm, when we went under the water, we killed the flesh. We died with Mashiach. In our fleshly world that we live in here, our delusion, this reality of flesh that we're in, this carbon copy world, we're still in this flesh. Pinch yourself, you'll find out you hurt. So you're not Ruach. what's going on? You're still living in the flesh, and the flesh still is saturated in sin. Okay. And it wants to feed off of sin. That's what it wants. Flesh wants to feed off of sin. The Ruach wants to feed off of the word of truth, wants to eat the manna from heaven, which is the words of truth, and drink the living waters, which is the Ruach, right? And so what happens? What do we do with the flesh? Well, we have to realize now that we're set apart from the flesh. It's no longer us, but we still live in it while we walk on this earth because we have to. You can't live without your body. You know what I'm saying? And your body can't live without its Ruach. And so we're stuck in our reality. We're still stuck in this fleshly vessel, right? So what happens? Well, we're separated from it. So it's not us and we're not it. It has become our enemy. And we battle against the flesh because it wants to sin and we don't. The new creature don't. So we're constantly battling, right? So what do? Well, Yahuwah gave us a way to deal with the flesh. And the way that we deal with the flesh is we see it as our dwelling place, not us. And so what did the priests do? We have become kings and priests with Yahuwah. He's the king of the kings, which is us, and he's the high priest of the priest, which is us. Okay. And so what's the job of the priests that live in the temple? They keep the temple cleaned out, don't they? They keep it cleaned out. And so that's what we do. As kings and priests living in the third temple of Yahuwah with Yahuwah, because he lived there. He took up residence there in the Holy of Holies, the intersanctuary, did he not? Yes, he did. His presence was in there behind the veil. So his presence is in us because we have become the temple and our flesh is the veil, and he's living in behind the veil. The only difference is we're living with him in his third temple. It's not our body anymore. It's his dwelling place. It's his temple. So our job is to keep it clean. So no more sinning, no more drinking, smoking dope, shooting up heroin, running around after whores. Any of that kind of stuff is out. Because if you do that, you desecrate the temple of Yahuwah. And you could even destroy and hurt the temple of Yahuwah by doing those things. And you know what Yahuwah says? Anybody that hurts his temple, he's going to destroy them. So you got to be real careful. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Go, Chance.
I like exactly what you're saying here in Yehukanan, where we were just reading just a little bit above in 2:2. It says, "Beloved ones, now we are children of Yahuwah, and it has not yet been revealed what we shall be, but we know that when he is revealed, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is, and everyone having this expectation in him cleanses himself as he is clean." So cleansing yourself as he is clean, and I look at it like, and if you want to think about it in a literal sense, we use a car to go to the grocery store and get groceries. Our flesh is a car, and we're going to get our groceries from the store. So it's just, in a literal sense, this is our vehicle. We ought to keep it clean, because I was getting this from Yahuwah the other day. He said, if you're called, and if my temple isn't capable of getting me where I need to go, he was kind of telling me in a way to, like, what I was getting out of it is like, keep your temple clean and fast and keep yourself, fit to be able to, if I call you to do something, be capable of getting to where you need to go. If my temple's all beat up and I got flat tires and I'm running out of gas, what good am I? So I was thinking about all this in a literal sense, and I just was like, that's true. I'm definitely, what you were just saying, Mark, is this is just a vessel. We've been begotten from above. We are spiritual creatures, literally. You know what I mean? Like, in a deep, deep sense, it kind of sounds crazy, but it's not. You know what I mean? before, if you were trying to explain this to somebody without Ruach, they would probably call the psych ward. You know, honest. I'm just being honest here. You'll probably, yeah.
I would urge you, okay, to not really see it as a vehicle. Although it's what gets us around, you need to look at it more as the temple of Yahuwah, okay, and not your vehicle, because it doesn't belong to you anymore. Your body now belongs to Yahuwah, not to you. So I would urge you not to associate your body with anything that belongs to you, okay? I know that sounds a little bit weird, but it'll keep you more on track, okay? If look at 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Look at 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Verse 16 and 17. Do you not know that you are a Mishkan of Yahuwah, and that the Ruach of Yahuwah dwells in you? If anyone destroys the temple of Yahuwah, Yahuwah shall destroy him. For the Mishkan of Yahuwah is set apart, which you are. See it? What does that mean? Destroy the temple of Yahuwah. He's going to destroy you. That means that you hurt it, man. You cutting yourself. You tattooing yourself. You're doing body piercings. You know, you're drinking, taking drugs, going insane, living like a crazy banshee. You're destroying the temple. You know, desecrating the temple, and he's going to destroy you. So your job's to keep it clean. I'm telling you. That's the way that he's given us to handle our flesh after we've been born again, because we're still in this flesh in our reality. So how do we deal with the flesh that wants to sin and does sin? It becomes our enemy. We battle with it, and we keep it cleaned up. We don't allow it to get messy, and we sure don't destroy it, because if you do, he's going to destroy you. You see what I'm saying?
Put it in chains.
This is powerful stuff, man. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was kind of wondering, could we also add to that in Ephesians chapter 5, verse 26, it says, in order to set it apart and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word. That's how we keep this Mishkan clean.
Yes, but remember this. Huh? Remember this. Just remember this. You're already clean. Right. So you don't have to go get re-immersed. Okay. So what do? You wash the feet. You wash your feet. You wash the feet of others. Right. And that's how you keep the temple clean. So what does that mean? Wash your feet. That's repent for what your flesh. If your flesh sins, repent and move on. Because it's not you doing it, but you're repenting for your flesh. See what I'm saying? So you don't need to. You're already clean, so you don't need a full cleaning. You just need to wash your feet. I mean, just going out into the world, man. Just being here in this environment, we're going to get dirty. You know, it's just because we're here. You know, and so therefore, when we come back, we need to sweep out the temple. We need to clean it up and wash it with water, which is what Scripture's talking about with the feet washing.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Go ahead, Oz.
Well, now that you mentioned this, like, comes to me when you say the flesh feeds on sin, and wouldn't in order to stop sinning, you have to starve the flesh. And by starving the flesh, metaphorically speaking, if we want to say it, but at the same time, to me, it sounds like very literal, is to kind of like, if you want to starve the flesh from sin, a good practice will be to, in that case, would be to like fast, you know, because also it always comes to me like, you know, the fact that Yahusha was fasting, and he fasted, and it's kind of like an example that he plays, whether it was, I don't know if it was metaphorically or it was literally that he actually fasted, right? But this idea of like, if the flesh feeds on sin, how do we starve the flesh so we do not sin? And in that sense, I feel like fasting will actually is a good practice to train the mind to overcome the wantings of the world, right? I don't know. That's what it comes to me in what you're talking about. Yeah, just wanted to share that.
Yeah. Yeah, Oz, you're correct. I mean, fasting cleanses the flesh. That's what it does. Fasting not only cleanses the flesh, but it also weakens the flesh, and so that your ruach can overpower the flesh and take over. And that way you get closer to Yahuwah when you get the flesh out of the way by fasting.
Now,
Okay, so yeah, that's a way of doing that.
One thing that I was gonna share, when I did my immersion, things became, after that, literally after that, everything became more complicated. Like I had this idea of like, you know, you go and immerse and you repent and things will start kind of like flowing in a different way. And actually, me, I had the opposite thing. Things became complicated, you know, started having like more of a overwhelming life in a sense. Things that I didn't see as a problem or as an issue, or I started kind of having like a heaviness on in my everyday life. Now it's much better, but right after, literally right after, I got immersed and did my repentance, things became very difficult. I don't know if you have any sort of like relation or correlation towards that happening to others. I don't know if any of you experienced that before, or is it just me?
Yeah, because you've been woke up, okay, and now you can see the things that are wrong that you didn't really see before, and so it overwhelms you with reality overwhelms you, man. You know, and so in other words, man, you can see the delusion clearly. You know, but those who are living in it can't see nothing. They don't realize the things that they're doing that's wrong. And so since you were woke up, it came down on you like a ton of bricks, you know, and now you realize where you're at. Wow, I'm on a prison planet, man, and there's a bunch of evil all around me. This is all paganism, and this is all Hinduism, and this is all atheist, and you start seeing it all for what it is, and it overwhelms you. Yeah, well, I think we all experience that. Go ahead, Chance.
Well, Oz, I have this written down from earlier. I was sitting here, and what it says is coming into darkness from light, you can see what's happening now because you're in the light, and everything done in the darkness is exposed by the light, and even the truth exposes the lies. So, you know, living in the flesh, we've been exposed to all the darkness and the lies, and now you've been, you know, sealed with the light. So now you're seeing in the light, you're seeing the truth, and everything is being exposed to you. I went exactly what you went through. That's why I'm over here cracking up, because I was just like, bam, man, all this stuff, like what Mark just said, man, that's it's overwhelming once you get hit with all that stuff. I mean, all this stuff, the appointed times, the pagan holiday, I mean, it goes so deep. Sometimes when you ask for the truth, you're like, yeah, bring the truth no matter how hard it is. All of a sudden you get hit with the truth. Yeah, who lays it on you thick? And you're like, okay, enough truth. Okay. Let me just digest what I've got so far, because this truth can go so deep. His word is cut so it's sharper than any two-edged sword. It's so deep. But good for you, Oz. That sounds like you're right where you need to be.
I'm glad that it's like it's not just me.
Okay, Phil, let's go, man.
Verse 39. And when the captain, who was standing opposite him, saw that he had cried out like this and breathed his last, he said, "Truly, this man was the son of Elohim." And there were also women watching from a distance, among whom also was Miriam from Magdala, and Miriam, the mother of Jacob, and less of Joseph and Shemoth, who also followed him and attended him when he was in Galilee, and many other women who came up with him to Jerusalem. And when the evening had come, because it was the preparation yom, that is, the yom before the Shabbat, Joseph of Rathamim, a prominent council member who was himself waiting for the reign of Yahuwah, came boldly, went to Pilate and requested the body of Yahusha. But Pilate wondered whether he was already dead, so summoning the captain, he asked if he was already dead. And when he learned from the captain, he gave the body to Joseph. And he, having bought fine linen, took him down, wrapped him in the linen, and laid him in the tomb which had been hewn out of the rock, and rolled a stone against the entrance of the tomb. And Miriam from Magdala and Miriam from the mother of Joseph saw where he was laid.
All right, thanks, Phil.
Yep.
Okay, so the preparation yom 3 evening had come because it was preparation. That is the yom before the Shabbat. This is the first day of unleavened bread, not the weekly Sabbath, but the first day of unleavened bread. Okay. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on what he just read? Go ahead, Chance.
So it says Yakub the less. Is that just mean it's not from Abraham, Yitzhak, and then Yakub? Is that just differentiating between the two?
What do you mean?
It says Yakub the less.
Oh, there's two Jacobs. There's two of them, and one was called the less. One was called,
The father, forefather, or
just the senior. So it was Jacob, the son of thunder, and of course his brother was Yehukanan, who was the older one. So less just means that he was the younger brother of Yehukanan, the sons of thunder. And then there was another Jacob too.
Was that goes Abraham, Yitzhak, and then Yakub, right?
No.
Okay.
These were people that lived right there at that particular time. See up here in 40, it says, and there was also women watching from a distance, among whom was Miriam from Magdala, and Miriam, the mother of Jacob the lesser, and of Joseph and Solomon. Okay, and so this, I think this is Jacob is the one that wrote what we know is
James.
James.
The book of James. That was Yahusha's younger brother.
Brother. Okay. So who's this Miriam? It's Yahusha's mother. See that? And so they're calling him the less because he was younger than Jacob, the son of thunder. So there were two Jacobs.
Okay.
And that's just what the way they talked back then. But notice here that Miriam, the mother of Jacob, the less, and of Joseph and the Solomon, which is Yahusha's mother, it doesn't say it was Yahusha's mother. So it's really weird, but he doesn't record her as his mother.
That's what I was going to ask.
And I think this was because she really wasn't. He was just born through her, okay? Because the body of light was put into her womb and turned into flesh in her womb and was to come out. But she already existed because she was the firstborn of all creation. See what I'm saying? And so I think that he didn't want her to be worshipped. Okay, and so it basically is not. He's not including himself as his mother here in the scripture. You see what I'm saying? He denies her quite a bit, and he doesn't want her to be worshipped in any shape, way, or form. And I think he knew that was going to happen, and so this is why we see him not recorded as his mother here, along with his half brothers. All right. Anything else jumping out at anybody? Chance?
Yeah, to piggyback off of kind of what you said is I read in scripture too somewhere where he said your mother and your sister are here, and he said, I tell you that's my mother and my brother. Like, he was pretty much saying, the elderly women and the elderly men will be your mothers and fathers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like he denies her as being his maternal mother, And
look, they got Virgin Marys today.
Oh yeah, they worship her, man.
Yeah.
People worship her, man. They actually worship her more than they do Yahuwah. Some of these religions. I mean, they're all about Mary worship. Should we do that? Should we worship Yahusha's mother? No way, man. That's Mary worship. That's illegal. That's not allowed. That's idolatry. It's humanism. When you worship another human, it's called humanism. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments, questions? Anything else here in chapter 15?
I guess why was it supposedly? I mean, I guess it's just off of curiosity, but truly, this was the son of Elohim. Something must have happened right there. Blood hitting the ground, and the Mishkan literally cracked in half. He said, "I'll destroy the Mishkan and rebuild it in 3 days." And they were saying, like, this took Solomon how many years to build? Remember what I'm saying, how long it took for him to build the temple or whatever? And they said, no, and you're going to raise it in 3 days. So as soon as he gave up his breath, something dramatic must have happened on the Eretz for them to be like, truly, this was the son of Elohim.
Yeah. A lot of things happened. The veil was ripped in two. The graves opened up. There was a great earthquake. The earth turned dark from noon to 3 o'clock. It was total darkness. All kinds of things happened. The graves were opened up. Now, they didn't come up out of the graves, but just the graves were open. But then after he resurrected, 3 days later, after he resurrected, then those people, the graves that were open, they came up and woke up out of their grave, and they walked into Jerusalem, and many people saw them.
What?
I wonder what he saw at that moment. What was I guess we can only have theories on that, but you can only imagine what he saw, Whoa.
Wait. What
are you talking about?
Sorry.
Truly, this was the son of Elohim. Him.
Who are you talking about? Who saw what?
Hold on, let me find it here.
I know what you're saying, but that was a Roman soldier.
And I'm just curious. Like, I'm thinking back in those times, what he must have witnessed out of his eyes: the whole earth darkening, the tombs opening, the Mishkan ripping. You know what I mean? He went through it. He said, "Whoa, truly, this was the son of Elohim." He finally got that revelation at the last moment.
That's what I'm saying. And so, if somebody went up to him to ask him what was being said or what was going on, he would be more than willing to discuss that because his eyes were open that Yahusha was the son of Elohim. So he would have been willing to talk to somebody about that, I'm sure. The full picture of what happened is written in, it was recorded in Matthew 27:52. And it says, and going back up to 50, Yahusha cried out again with a loud voice and gave up his ruach. And see, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The earth was shaken. That's an earthquake. Rocks were split. That's 3. And the tombs were open. That's 4. The bodies of the set apart ones who had fallen asleep were raised, and coming out of the tombs after his resurrection. So we can say that happened, but that was 3 days later. And they went into the set apart city and appeared to many. We can also add that it became dark at noon and stayed dark till 3 p.m. So there's 5 things that happened that the people witnessed. Okay. Davey, go ahead.
Does that mean that there were like zombies like not zombies, but like risen people walking around?
Yeah. It would be like Lazarus. When Lazarus died and he went there after the 4th day to where the body was decomposing and decaying, and he went there and rose him from the dead, and then Alazar became alive. It's like that. And so they weren't resurrected, they were woke up.
Wow. Amazing.
And it was after it, and if they were resurrected, which some people teach that they were, and they were given immortal body, and they're still walking on the earth today. If that's true, then it's clear that they didn't come out of the grave till after Yahusha was resurrected.
Right.
So Yahusha is still the firstborn of the resurrection.
Wow.
See what I'm saying?
Thanks. That's awesome. So awesome.
Personally, I don't think they were resurrected. I think they were woke up and they had to die again. That's just me. And why I say that is because the first resurrection doesn't happen until Yahusha comes back.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so if these people were resurrected, which some say there was about 400 of them, then that would have been classified as the first resurrection. And the first resurrection really would be the second resurrection. And the second resurrection would really be the third resurrection. See what I'm saying? And that makes no sense. That's not scriptural. So to me, these people were just woke up and then they had to die a second time. You know, and even though they died a second time, they still didn't really die, did they? No, they just fell back asleep. They really didn't die. It's only given to man to die once. Yeah, in the lake of fire. The second death, man, is permanent. Okay, but to fall asleep, as far as Yahuwah is concerned, when you die, you're just falling asleep. So they just went back to sleep. They just went back to bed, you know, waiting to be woke up again at the first resurrection. That's my opinion.
It's cool.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? We sure getting into it today, ain't we?
It's like 2
All
pages
right.
for us.
Somebody give me a reader for 16. Phil, you want to continue to read? Go ahead, Davey.
Oh, read? I beat
Hey, you
Phil.
want to read?
Cool. Yep. Awesome. All right.
Yeah, go. 16.
And after the Shabbat, Miriam from Magdala and Miriam, the mother of Yakub, and Shalom brought spices to go and anoint him. And very early on the first of the Shabbats, they came to the tomb at the sunrise.
Okay, hang on now. Okay, so here again, I mean, down there at the very bottom of 15, verse 47, Miriam from Magdalene and Miriam, the mother of Joseph, saw where he was laid. See that? So the mother of Joseph is Yahusha's mother, but it's not being recorded as his mother. So he's distant himself from that. And then back up here in 16 to say the same thing. Miriam, the mother of Jacob. See that? Jacob and Solomon. Doesn't mention she's the mother of Yahusha. And so it says after the Shabbat, which would have been the first day of unleavened bread, not the weekly Shabbat. Okay. They brought spices to anoint him, and very early on the first of the Shabbats. Okay. And so they came to the tomb at the sunrise. So here is kind of strangely worded when it says, and very early on the first of the Shabbats, we automatically think about the weekly Shabbat, right? But it's not. What it is, it's the first day of the week after he was resurrected on the weekly Shabbat. The first day of the week came, right? And then right before it became light, it came at evening, before it became daylight, they went to the tomb. All right. And so it's calling it the first of the Shabbats because it's the beginning of the week of the first Shabbat. So they're to count 7 days, which is 7 weeks. So 7 times 7 is 49 days. And then on the following day is Shavuot or Pentecost. You see what I'm saying? It's just the way that they talked. So when they said the first, they came on the first of the Shabbats, they're just talking about the first week counting to Pentecost, the Shavuot. See what I'm saying? Everybody follow along with that? So that Sunday began the counting of the first week. So they would count 7 days and then the Shabbat, 7 days and a Shabbat. And they would continue to do that till they counted 7 Shabbats. And then that would be 7 times 7, 49 days. And the following day would be Shavuot. Everybody see that? Nice. So it's not talking about an actual Shabbat. It's just talking about the count of the first week leading up to the first Shabbat, which is 7 days later. All right. That's very confusing for most people. They can't put that together.
You think it's a coincidence that they said they came to the tomb at the sunrise as the sun Yahusha rose? I'm just kidding.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, but it's
I know. I was just messing around, but it's a coincidence that I was looking at it and says sunrise. Just so happened to be that the sun had rose. You know.
Yeah.
So I know it's out of context and stuff, but
the day before that, he rose on the day before that, right before evening. So this is the first week of the count to Shavuot, the first day of the first week of the count to Shavuot. Okay, everybody got that? Let's continue on, Davey.
Cool. And they said among themselves, "Who shall roll away the stone from the entrance of the tomb for us?" And looking up, they saw that the stone had been rolled away, for it was extremely large. And having entered into the tomb, they saw a young man sitting on the right, wearing a white robe, and they were greatly amazed. And he said to them, "Do not be much astonished. You seek Yahusha of Nazareth, who was staked. He was raised. He is not here. See the place where they laid him, and go, say to his Talmudim and Kepha that he is going before you into Galilee, and you shall see him there, as he said to you." And they went out and ran from the tomb, and were trembling and bewildered, and they spoke to no one, for they were fearful. And resurrecting earlier on the first of the Shabbats, he appeared initially to Miriam from Magdala, from whom he had cast out 7 demons. She went and reported to those who had been with him, mourning and weeping. And when they heard that he was alive, as had been seen by her, they did not believe. And after this, he appeared in another form to 2 of them. In another form to 2 of them, as they walked and traveled to a village.
Okay, stop.
Sorry, that caught me. In another
form. So here where it says, and after this, he appeared in another form to 2 of them. And these 2 were his uncle and aunt. Okay, it was the sister of his mother, Miriam, and her husband. Okay, it wasn't the Talmudim as Christianity teaches. They were on their way home. Okay, they lived in a little town outside of Jerusalem. They were on their way home, and he appeared to them in another form. What's that mean, Davey?
Like seeming like a different person.
Yeah.
And I have a question. Could that be Buchanan the Baptist's parents then?
No.
No. Okay. Sorry.
No, this was his uncle and aunt, his mother's sister, and her husband. Go ahead, Chance.
Okay.
Do you think the form that he was in at this time was the same that he was at when he did his transfiguration?
I don't know. It doesn't really say. It just says he appeared in another form.
Wow.
I don't think so, because they would have been alarmed. You know what I mean? If he appeared in his body of light, like he did the transfiguration, they would have been highly alarmed. It doesn't really give us any hint that that's what happened. It seems it was just another form, casual, and it was like a casual conversation. Okay, and what he really did was he taught them from the Torah everything about himself from out of the Torah.
So you think he was just in like an immortal body then, or that's tough to say? Yeah.
I think he just looked like another human being.
Okay.
It doesn't really say if he was a man, a woman, a child. It don't say old, young. We don't know. But there was no indication that they were alarmed or scared from what they were seeing. So it must have been fairly common. Go ahead, Oz.
How do we know that that it was his aunt and uncle?
Good question.
Well, hang on. All right. So let's see. Go to Luke 24. So Luke 24:13. It's on page 987. Luke 24:13 says, and see, two of them were going that same yom to a village called Emmaus, which was 12 kilometers from Jerusalem. And then this little note by the translator says these two were a married couple, Yahusha's aunt and uncle. See John 19:25 to see the man Qualiph was married to Yahusha's aunt Miriam. And they were talking to each other of all this which had taken place. And it came to be as they were talking and reasoning that Yahusha himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were restrained so that they did not know him. See that? Now go to Yehukanan 19:25. Yehukanan 19:25 on page 940 says, and by the stake of Yahusha stood his mother and his mother's sister Miriam, Yasha of Clopha, and Miriam from Magdalene. So there the translator's note says, Yahusha's mother's sister Miriam, married to Olopha, was his aunt, and Olopha his uncle. These were the two travelers he met later on the road to Emmaus, 12 kilometers west of Jerusalem. Then it references back to Luke 24:13 for more insight on the identity. So we go back again to Luke 13, and it says, and two of them are going that same yom to the village called Emmaus, which was 12 kilometers from Jerusalem. They were talking to each other of all this which had taken place. So you go down to 17 and it says, and he said to them, what are these words you are exchanging with each other as you are walking? And you are sad. And the one whose name was Cleophas, see that? Whose name was Cleophas, answering said to him, are you the lone visitor in Jerusalem who does not know what took place in these Yom? So you see that? So it even says his name was Cleophas, which was his uncle married to his aunt Miriam. You see it? So if his name was Cleophas, he wasn't one of the Talmudim. There's no Talmudim named that. The 12 Talmudim or apostles, none of them are named that. So it has to be someone else, and that someone else is his uncle. Because it says that Miriam's his mother's sister, Miriam, who was married to Cleophas, was with her at the stake in Yehukanan. Everybody seeing it? That's how we know that was his uncle and aunt. It's pretty clear. So the Christianity, they teach you that this was two of the Talmudim that he appeared to, and that's not true at all. Everybody seeing that? It's pretty clear. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question. In last week's study, when they went to get Yahusha, the priest and the guards and all that, I think we spoke about a young man in a white thing that took off running or something like that.
Yeah, he was in a white sheet, and they grabbed him, and they tore the white sheet off of him, and he took off and ran away naked. Yeah.
Question: we never figured out who that could be, right?
I haven't. No.
Okay, I have a wild thought that came to my mind. Could it be?
It was you, Raul.
Excuse me?
Don't you tell me it was you.
Oh.
Go ahead. I'm just teasing you.
Okay.
That's awesome.
When they went into the tomb and they saw a young man in a white, could that be the same person? Could it have been like Yahusha's guardian angel or something?
I mean, it could have been, man. Yeah, the young man sitting in the tomb in white robe was definitely a messenger. You know, and yeah, why not?
Because that came to my mind when I was reading this week.
Yeah, it could be, man. You know, messengers can appear as human. So yeah, it could have been. Absolutely. I mean, it could have been Yehukanan, Lazarus. It could have been Mark, the author. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know who it was. I haven't really ever been able to figure it out. It's just such a weird verse, and it appears out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's actually might be the weirdest verse in all of the Natsarim writings, really. But that's just as good as the fear of any, man. I mean, it could be.
It tickled my mind when I read it.
That could be. That could be why he took off running, you know. And then after he got away from him, maybe he turned back into a messenger and flew away. I mean, who knows? Okay, that's a good thought, Raul. I never thought of that before, but yeah, it could be. I mean, I think it did touch my mind before, but I never really dwelled on it. Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, questions? Okay, let's move, Davey.
Awesome. Later, he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table, and he reproached their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he was raised. And he said to them,
Okay, now listen to that. All right, so later he appeared to the 11 after he appeared to his uncle and his aunt. You know, Matthew gives much more detail about that. Most you probably remember when we read that. He went and sat down with them to eat, and after they ate, you know, he changed himself back into his regular form, and then they recognized that he was Yahusha. So then they took off, and he disappeared, and so they took off and went back to Jerusalem and reported it to the other Talmudim, right? To his Talmudim. And so here, it's saying that, and they went and reported it to the rest. See, it's like it says in Matthew, but they did not believe them either. So they didn't believe the women. They didn't believe his uncle and aunt. And later he appeared to the 11 as they sit at the table, and he reproached their unbelief, which means he corrected it in hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he was raised. So why didn't they believe? What was their problem? I mean, they had lived with him and they saw these miracles, signs, and wonders. They knew that he was not a normal human being. So why didn't they? And he even told them that he was going to die, but after 3 days, he'd be resurrected. But then now that they're not believing the eyewitnesses. Go ahead, Raul.
They haven't received the Ruach HaKodesh yet.
All right. They haven't received the Ruach, so they're still in the mind of the flesh. Maybe they forgot that he said that he was going to be resurrected. I don't know. Anybody else? Okay, so to me, this is kind of astonishing that they don't believe what these witnesses saw him resurrected. And I kind of refer to this as a Bigfoot syndrome. Okay. I don't know how many of y'all believe in Bigfoot on here, but there has been a tremendous amount of people from all walks of life that swear up and down on their mother's grave that they've seen Bigfoot. We're talking judges. We're talking religious guys. We're talking police. We're talking military people, firemen. We're talking business people, attorneys, doctors, nurses, all kinds of people from all different walks of life that are highly credible. Okay. And where I would hesitate to call them a liar to their face, have seen Bigfoot. And so I call this the Bigfoot scenario because what happens is some people are just thick-skulled, stiff-necked, right? And although 1,000 eyewitnesses tell them, maybe 20,000 eyewitnesses tell them that they saw something, they don't believe it. Why don't they believe it? Because they didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. So
you're a liar. I didn't see it because I didn't see it. That makes you a liar. You get that? So that's what I call the Bigfoot scenario. See where I'm getting at? So I'm not going to call these 50,000 eyewitnesses from every walk of life a liar just because I haven't seen it. I want to keep an open mind, and I'm going to say maybe there's something to this because all these people are swearing up and down on their mother's grave that they saw it, and these are highly credible human beings. See what I'm saying? And that's how we should approach things that we hear, and we should not be closed-minded to it, but open-minded. And just because we didn't see it doesn't make them a liar. See what I'm saying? It can depend on the witness too. You know, if it's a known liar or a criminal or somebody, you know, you could say, well, he's probably lying. But a highly credible witness, wow. And 50,000 of them, wow. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call the Bigfoot scenario. And I think that's what these guys had, these 11. They had the Bigfoot scenario. Just because they didn't see it, then those women were liars. And his uncle and aunt was a liar because they didn't see it themselves. So that makes everybody else a liar because they didn't see it. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down when I say Bigfoot scenario? Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, unbelief is a blinder itself. When you're in unbelief, you can't see, you're blind. And that's why he rebuked them for their unbelief.
Yeah, but they saw him raise people from the dead. They saw him heal the blind, born from birth, heal crippled people, paralyzed people, people with leprosy, raise dead people from the grave. They saw Lazarus get resurrected. They saw all these things. And he even told them that I'm going to die, and after the third day, I will raise up my body. But yet they didn't believe the eyewitnesses that what he told them was true. He is back alive.
So they didn't believe on him. They didn't believe in the ones he sent. Like he was disbelieved when he was sent to the crucifixion. They were doing the same thing.
Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? Just because you didn't see something doesn't make the person who saw it a liar. Go ahead, Davey.
Did they see him get mauled and tortured and torn apart by all the like flesh and like to the point where it seemed like nobody could possibly survive that? I mean, not that.
I mean, they weren't there. They weren't in the court. I think Peter was.
Okay.
Peter made his way into the court, but the rest of them, I don't think they were there.
Okay.
But they actually saw him on the stake, probably from a distance, and I'm sure maybe they were even in the throng or the crowds when he was walking to the execution place, the place of the skulls. And remember, he had to carry a stake, and then they had the black guy carry the stake for him. Maybe they saw him as he walked down the road heading for Golgotha, and they saw him doing that, and then they would have seen how badly beaten he was and injured that he was. And so I would say they probably saw him, but maybe weren't there as they were doing the flogging and the beating within the inner courtyard of the palace or whatnot. Maybe they didn't see that exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't think they were present for that, but I'm sure they saw how badly mistreated and beaten he was later on after he come out heading for Golgotha.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, I just had a thought. I feel like part of the disbelief could have also been from shame, because when Yahusha was taken, everybody kind of ran, right? Everybody split. No one was like strong enough to stay there till the end. Everybody ran and sort of hid. So, to hear from other people that he's back, right? And then right away, I don't know, I feel like the shame would come in.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. Anybody else? Thoughts or comments or questions? Chance?
I think it's pretty huge when they say in the flesh, our logical mind believes in. Our logical mind can't believe in what we think is impossible, like raising from the dead, even though they've seen with their eyes. It's strong when Yahuwah says to each is given a measure of belief. And Yahusha said, you guys have seen, Baruch are those who have not seen but yet still believe. And that's kind of pointing at us, at this day and age. The measure of belief is huge here, but a logical mind, like the mind of the flesh, has to have logic. And this can lead to a lot of doubt in your belief, because Yahuwah does the impossible. So everything you thought was impossible is now possible with the belief and the measure of belief we have been given. So to leave your fleshy logical mind behind and try to put reasonings and these fleshy things behind everything, you have to, that's where the measure of belief comes in so firm and strong. Is because your fleshy mind will definitely bring you to these, that can't be true. That's not for real. You know what I mean? You can't raise from the dead. You can't, you know what I mean? All this, that's in movies. That's in this, and that's in this. And that's that logical that's that logical thinking there, which I equate to like a fleshy mind. So, you know, I have to agree too, is they were in that fleshy mind, and even in Yehukanon and other parts, it says a prophet is unappreciated in his own relatives in his own town, you know, and that kind of sticks to me too, is, you know, even though they seen all this stuff, they still had this doubt. And what did I think it was Kepha that said he had to put his hands in his side and put his fingers through the holes in his hands to have that belief. Like, I don't remember who that was, but
That was Doubting Thomas.
Thomas, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure which one it was, but it took that much for him to believe, even though he walked and was with him, and he yet had to put his hand inside of him and put his fingers through his holes to just, you know what I mean? Like, that's so heavy. It speaks volumes for us, and we like the measure of belief we have been given. Wow. I don't know. I'm just having a little revelation here on that in itself. The measure of belief is so huge.
Go ahead, Davey.
I know Ike was asking why they mentioned Kepha in verse 7, why he was pointed out, and I'm sorry if I already covered that. But I didn't know. But I saw that Ike put that.
Go say to his Talmudim and Kepha that he is going before you into Galilee. You shall see him there, as he said to you. And so, in Matthew 26:32, it says, well, back up to 31. Then Yahushua said to them, all of you shall stumble in me this night. For it has been written, I shall strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered. But after I have been raised, I shall go before you into Galilee. And Kepha answering said to him, even if all falter in you, I shall never falter. And so we all know that what Peter said and what he told Peter, you know, before the cock crows 3 times, before he crows, you're going to deny him 3 times. And so he's just singling out Peter here because Peter was rattled, man. I mean, he denied him 3 times. And he's just a nervous wreck. He's rattled. And so he's singling that out, you know, because Peter's the one that said that he wouldn't deny him.
He felt so bad. Yeah.
Cool. And so, see what I'm saying? That's probably why. Just because Peter was rattled. And it could be, too, that he told Peter where he was going to meet him at in Galilee. And so, you know, the Talmud would have to hook up with Peter because Peter knew exactly where he said to go and meet him. You see, he told him after he raised from the dead after 3 days that he would meet them in Galilee. That's what it just told us in Matthew 26:32. Right. And so maybe Peter knew where that exact location was that he wanted to meet them. And so that he said, go get the Talmud and Peter because he knows where to go. And he'll take you where you're supposed to go and meet me in Galilee. You see what I'm saying?
Awesome.
And that's where he met them in Matthew 28, when they called it the Great Commission. And they said that he gave them a Great Commission and ascended. He didn't ascend from there. He showed up again in Jerusalem again and a bunch of other places because he was walking on the earth for 40 days after his resurrection. He didn't ascend till after 40 days. And when he did ascend back to the throne, he ascended from the Mount of Olives, not from a mountain in Galilee, where the Christianity teaches you that he ascended in Matthew 28 back to the throne and gave the last Great Commission. No, he didn't. He appeared to them many times and gave them a lot of instructions before he ascended back to the throne. All right. Anybody have any thoughts, comments, or questions?
Yeah, I had a thought about it from this last one. So here in 14 that we were reading, he appeared to the 11. Considering that the 12 Talmidim are a representation of each of the tribes of the sons of Yeah, no, that's kind of like the idea. It's like they represent each of the sons and each of the tribes, kind of. I don't know which one Judah will be kind of representing in this allegoric sense. That is the one who delivers or the one who betrays. I don't know which one is the right adjective to mention. That's one question. And then it just seems to be the theme of, even here, seems like it's like right in Exodus, where when Yahuwah took them out of Egypt, and they're going through all these miracles, and they can see the cloud and the smoke, and like the breath coming out of the heavens, and water breaking out of a stone, and they still are in disbelief. They're like stiff-necked people, hard-headed. It just seems that even with the Talmudim, like still happening, still is like, it's hard to believe, even though they saw Lazarus resurrected, and they know all the stories. It's like, why? Like, how is it so difficult for these people to, like, all of them? I mean, throughout the whole story, from the Tanakh up to here, like, seems to be the topic of like, and the funny part is that it seems that the outsiders, on the other hand, have more belief. Some of them, like, people in the street that just believed in him no matter what. So I don't know, just like those two notes as a thought.
All right. Okay, so the 12 emissaries or Talmudim, the apostles, don't represent the 12 tribes. Okay. And just because there's 12 and 12 doesn't mean that it represents the 12 tribes. And you might say, well, why do you say that, Brother Mark? Well, it's in Revelations 21. So if you go to Revelations 21, it's page 1210, 1210, Revelations 21. And it's up here around probably starting 10, verse 10. So 21:10 says, and he carried me away in the Ruach to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, the Kadesh Jerusalem, descending out of the heaven from Yahuwah. Having the esteem of Yahuwah, and her light was like a most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as crystal, and having a great and high wall, having 12 gates, and at the gates 12 messengers, and names written on them, which are the 12 tribes of the children of Yisrael. All right, so the 12 tribes are written on, names of the 12 tribes are written on the 12 gates, okay? 3 gates on the east, 3 gates on the north, 3 gates on the south, and 3 gates on the west. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations. And on them were the names of the 12 emissaries of the Lamb. And there you go. There's your 12 Talmudim. So you can see that they're separate parts of the body of Yahusha. This is representation of the bride. This isn't actual, okay? This is representation of the bride. So the bride, 12,000 times 12, 144,000. All right. So here we're seeing. Go ahead.
So here's the 12 emissaries of the Lamb, which is Yahusha. He calls it, when he reappears after he's raised, there is 11. So what happened to that one? That, I mean, can we say that betray is still part of the foundation, or like deliverance in that sense?
He was replaced.
Oh,
so Judas, we all know he committed suicide or hung himself, and then afterwards when were immersed with the Ruach and everything, they cast lots, and they chose another to replace Judas, which gave him 12 again. So I don't think Judas will be one of the written on one of the foundations. I think it'll be his replacement.
Okay. Well, just because I think in Matthiyahu, before he hanged himself, I think he repented, no?
Yeah, he did. But that doesn't necessarily mean he gets his position back. You know what I mean? You know, he repented. It doesn't mean that he gets necessarily mean he's going to get his position back. And I don't think he does, because he was replaced by Mattathiyahu replaced him. So then it ended up being 2 Matthews at that point. Right?
Okay. Thanks.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. It's in Acts 1. We go to Acts 1. It's in there somewhere. Yeah, in 23 it says, and they put forward 2, Joseph called Barsabba, who was also called Justice, in Mattathiyahu, and praying. They said, "You, Yahuwah, who know the hearts of all, show which one of these 2 you have chosen to receive the share in this service and office of the emissary from which Yehuda by transgression fell, to go to his own place." And they cast their lots, and the lots fell on Mattathiyahu, and he was numbered. See that? He was numbered with the 11 emissaries. See that? So yeah, he would be on the foundation, not Judas. Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, or questions?
Can you sorry, what in Acts, what chapter was that?
That was chapter 1, verse 23. Actually 12 through 26.
Shalom to you all. I love you, but I have to go. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Shabbat shalom. I love you.
Shalom to us.
All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? No? Okay. In that case, then let's continue on then, Davey.
Awesome. Verse 15. And he said to them, "Go into all the world and proclaim the Besorah to every creature. He who has believed and has been immersed shall be delivered, but he who has not believed shall be condemned. And these signs shall accompany those are the ones who believe. In my name they shall cast out demons. They shall speak with renewed tongues. They shall take away serpents. And if they drink any deadly poison, it shall by no means hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall get well." Then indeed, after the master had spoken to them, he was received up into the heaven, and sat down at the right hand of Yahweh. And they went out and proclaimed it everywhere, while the master worked with them and confirmed the word through the accompanying signs. Amen.
All right. Thank you, Davey. Okay. So here, we see that they're given a command to go into all the world and proclaim the Besorah to every creature. So every creature would include every creature that breathes air. All animals, everything would be included in this. Birds, insects, animals. It says every creature. Every means every. So this would include the animals and the birds and so forth and so on. We're to proclaim the Besorah to every creature. So have you done that? Have you talked to the animals about Yahusha? If not, you should. Here it says, he who believed has been immersed. And this would be both water and blood and spiritual immersion. So he who has believed has been immersed shall be delivered, but he who has not believed shall be condemned. And these signs shall accompany the ones who believe. In the name they shall cast out demons. In my name they shall cast out demons. So that would be casting out demons would be exorcism. They shall speak with renewed tongues. That's speaking in tongues. Speaking in tongues is the speaking miracle. And we know that because one of the spiritual gifts that follows number 8, speaking in tongues, is the 9th gift, which is interpretation of tongues. And so it must be a speaking miracle. Otherwise, there would be no need for interpreter. So since there's a gift of interpretation of tongues, we know that tongues is in another unknown language. And then that's 2. And then they shall take away serpents. Taking away serpents, possibly speaking of what's in Luke and Acts, and speaking about maybe fiery. There's a such thing as a fiery flying serpent in Numbers and Isaiah, which would indicate demons. And so spiritual beings of darkness type thing. And number 4 would drink any deadly poison. It shall not by no means hurt them. This could be speaking of wormwood or the doctrine of demons. Be taken in falsehood, and you regurgitate it. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't get you off the way or anything like that. It doesn't hurt you in any way. Then they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall get well. This could be physical healing of diseases and or a spiritual healing by receiving the spiritual Ruach HaKodesh, healing you of your sickness. So that's 5 signs that's going to follow those who believe. Here he was received up into the heavens. So after he said this, then he ascended back to the throne from Jerusalem, which is recorded in Acts 1. Sat down at the right hand of Yahuwah, and is nothing more than a Hebrew idiom that means that he's the one in charge, he's the boss, he's the number one sovereign sitting on the throne. It has nothing to do with our American idiom, right hand man. Totally different interpretations or meanings. And then they went out and proclaimed it everywhere while the master worked with them, because he was in them through the Ruach, and confirmed the word through the accompanying of the signs. The 5 signs that he mentioned would accompany the ones who believe that we just went over. Amen. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Davey?
I don't want this to open up a whole big discussion, but but weren't they all persecuted afterwards? You know what I mean? Like that nothing would hurt them? Or
yeah.
Okay, maybe that's just it. Maybe that's just the way it ended.
What about it?
Well, no, it's sort of like, I don't know. It seems like, you're going to be fine, everything's going to be well, and then they're all persecuted. I guess that's the only thing I was thinking about. But I'm sure that's just part of what was supposed to happen anyway.
Yeah.
But he was there with them, and I'm sure he made everything cool. Or, I mean, well,
Yeah, it says if they drink any deadly poison, And so you got to think that, when he speaks of the living waters, he tells you to drink freely of the living waters, which is the Ruach, So drinking deadly poison to me would be taking in doctrine of demons or falsehood, being influenced by it, but it not hurting you. You know what I
That
mean?
makes
In other words, you recover from it very quickly.
Mhm. That
You know
makes
what I'm
sense.
saying? Or
Yep,
not
that makes
even influenced by it, because you can discern between good and evil. The spirit of falsehood and the spirit of truth. You can discern those two. You see what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
think this means go out and drink cyanide poisoning and see if it kills you or not. That I don't think that's literal.
No, but it's funny. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier. No, it just that clicked. Exactly. Cool. Awesome.
And then it should by no means hurt them, and they shall lay hands on the sick and they heal them. Well, that's healing, the gift of healing. There's gifts here, spiritual gifts of healing, the spiritual gift of speaking in tongues. So we can see two of them are spiritual gifts, right? So we can, as far as speaking in tongues and laying on of hands and healing people, those are spiritual gifts performed by Yahuwah when he's indwelling you. So we understand them. So that just leaves number one, which is cast out demons. Okay, so that's exorcism. We know what that is. That's no big deal. So we take that one out. And in other words, you're going to have control over the demons that are in people. The name of Yahushua of Nazareth, come out of her, demon, and don't come back, and the demon will have to flee. And so then that only leaves two. Take away, they shall take away serpents. And so that's one of them. And so we can talk about that one. And then there's, of course, the fourth one, which is drink any deadly poison, and they shall drink deadly poison. It shall by no means hurt them. And so that would be, not the third one and the fourth one are the only two that are questionable. The other three are self-explanatory because they're, gifts. And of course, exorcism is described all through Scripture. Okay.
Right.
So we have no problem with that one. So that only leaves 2 and 3, 3 and 4.
Which we talked about.
So take away serpents, let's say. Go to Luke 10:19. Let's talk about that one. Luke 10:19 says, see, I give you the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and none at all shall hurt you. See that? So that's indicating that these serpents or these scorpions, which people out there call blue blood, okay? And I'm not going to get into that, but it's a faction, and they call them blue bloods. But here we can see it relating to the power of the enemy. So this must be demons or children of darkness. Okay, so I think the serpents are the devils, the demons, and the scorpions, I think, are the children of darkness that follows after the beast. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that?
Mm-hmm.
So if we take a look at Revelations 12, go to the Revelations 12. So Revelations 12:7 through 12. And there came to be fighting in the heaven, and Michael and his messengers fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his messengers fought. But they were not strong enough, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. And the great dragon was thrown out, the serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who leads the world astray. All the world astray. See that? So it's referring to him as a serpent. Okay. So when it says serpent, I think it's talking about the devil, the demons, and the scorpions would be the children of darkness, those who follow after the devil, worship the devil. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
There in that part. Now look at Acts 28. So Acts 28, 3-6 says, but Paul, having gathered a bundle of sticks and having laid them on a fire, a snake came out because of the heat and fastened itself on his hand. And when the foreigners saw the creature hanging from his hand, they said to each other, this man is certainly a murderer, whom, though delivered from the sea, still justice does not allow him to live. Then indeed he shook off the creature into the fire and suffered no evil. And expecting that he would swell up or suddenly fall down dead, they waited a long time and saw no harm came to him, changing their minds that he and thinking he was a deity. So here we see deadly poison here, drinking deadly poison or getting bit by a serpent on a literal understanding. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Now go to Numbers 21. In other words, you can apply a literal understanding to that. It doesn't necessarily have to be spiritual. Numbers 21. Uh, 5 and 6. 21, 5 and 6. Be on page 177. Says, and the people spoke against Elohim and against Moshe. Why have you brought us up out of Mitzrayim to die in the wilderness? For there's no food and no water, and our being loathes this light. This light bread. And Yahusha sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and many of the people of Israel died. You see that?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
On a literal basis. Now we can take that fiery serpents, although we just saw on the literal basis, and it can go spiritual, which is what Mark's talking about. So members, that can be a literal and a spiritual meaning. So go to Isaiah 14. So Isaiah 14, 29 says, do not rejoice, all you Philistines, that the rod that smote you is broken. That's Yahusha died. For out of the serpent's roots, that's the devil, comes forth an adder, which is the false prophet, and its offspring is a fiery fly and serpent. See that? So that would be a demon, children of darkness, if you will, or demons, really is what that would be. Now, Isaiah 30 now, 6. Go to Isaiah 30.
I love that you know all these, so that's awesome. So it's cool.
Go to Isaiah 36, it says, the messenger concerning the beast of the south, through the land of trouble and distress, from which came the lioness and lion, the adder, and fiery flying serpent. They convey their riches on the backs of young donkeys and their treasures on the humps of camels to an unprofitable people, even Mitzrayim, whose help is vain and empty. So the adder and the fiery flying serpent could be the false prophet and the anti-Mashiach being represented there. So this could actually say that we're not going to be hurt by the anti-Messiah and the false prophet in the tribulation years. It could be an indication of that as well. those who believe. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty much the third one. Take away serpents. Is everybody making that connection? I mean, what do you think now that we did that? What do you think that means? Take away serpents.
No, I think it was amazing how you did it from the literal to the figurative, and then like all the references, just like everything. Like I was shocked, even the verse 22. Oh, what chapter was that? I took a picture of it. It was when we went back, what he said, his last words, and you referred to like even second, second you can, and like our John 2. Like it's tying it all together like you just did, and all those just makes it all make even more sense, because it's like reminding everybody of the scriptures, reminding everybody of it's all one basor, and it's just it's all coming to pass and all happening. That's just awesome.
Right. I think the serpents are the demons, the devil, the demons, and the scorpion is the children of darkness. Mm-hmm. And when we take that into a further spiritual understanding, I think it's saying we're going to be protected from the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet. Is what this is meaning spiritually.
Yep.
All righty. So now let's look at number 4. Drink any deadly poison, it shall by no means hurt them. All right. So deadly poison, if you drink the living waters, that's the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay. And so he tells you to open your mouth wide and drink the Ruach, And so drinking something then, but drinking any deadly poison, the Ruach being truth, I think points to wormwood or a doctrine of demons, falsehood. Okay. And I don't know any other explanation for that, really. Is anything coming to mind? Chance?
Yeah, I think you're hitting right on it. Deadly poisons, meaning like anything that can try to come up against the truth, the sword of the Ruach, the truth, like with the knowledge and the wisdom of the truth, we're able to discern. And I think that's part of discernment would be too with the serpents, being able to discern what the devil's trying to put at you. You know what I mean? So usually if this is quoting the spiritual gifts, being able to discern which spiritual gifts are which, it says casting out demons would be a work of power in the name of Yahusha through belief. Casting out demons is like the works of a miracle. Serpent would be, being able to discern. The deadly poisons would be like, to me, the wisdom and knowledge to understand when somebody's trying to get you to drink their deadly poison, which mean their falsehoods. Being able to see through that. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I agree with you. Is the Ruach of truth. Nothing can, what is good and what is not, and what's false and what's true. You stick with the Ruach, and then a lot of the other ones, laying hands and healing.
Yeah, we're not talking about those ones. Those are self-evident, really. We're on the one, drink any deadly poison. Look at 1 Timothy 4:1.
I love 1 Timothy.
So we'll get some scripture behind this. 1 Timothy 4:1. It says, but the Ruach distinctly says that in the later times, that's the era we're in right now, the end of the latter times, actually, that in the later times, some shall fall away from the belief. That means Natsarim are going to fall away from the belief, man. Pain, I mean, you have to have the belief before you can fall away from it, right? So this is talking about the believers, man. Paying attention to misleading winds, which is rumors, misinformation type thing, and teachings of demons. That's the doctrine of demons.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking lies and hypocrisy having been branded on their own conscience. Okay, so here we find out, that in the later times that some's going to fall away from the belief because they're going to give heed to seducing spirits, evil spirits, and the doctrine of demons. Okay? The teaching of demons, the doctrine of demons. So see how that must relate to then wormwood or drinking any deadly poison, and they won't be hurt. See what I'm saying? Doctrine of demons, drinking poison, teaching the demons, misleading winds, rumors, misinformation, this type of stuff. And 2 John 1:10. Look at 2 John 1:10. It says, if anyone comes to you and does not bring this teaching, do not receive him into your house nor greet him. For he who greets him shares in his wicked works.
Oh, wow.
See what I'm saying? So that you can kind of attach that as well. That can relate to it as well.
Cool.
Anybody got any thoughts on that?
Thank you.
I like that warning though. It's that definitely kindled a fire in me to know that some of the Natsarim and our close brothers and sisters are going to be tried and probably fall into that category and be lost. It's a warning that I'm taking heed is just, look for the refreshments and stay kindled in that fire. Stir up that ruach, you know what I mean? Stay steadfast.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's been prophesied already, I mean, it's kind of, you can't, if it's been said, well, Yahuwah speaks, it will come to pass. So unfortunately, it'll come to pass. It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all about false doctrine. Drink any deadly poison, because drinking living waters is the truth, and it's the the words of truth, and so it gives you life. So drinking deadly poison or doctrine of demons, falsehood, wormwood would bring death. You know what I'm saying? So they say to believe. The ones who believe can drink deadly poison and it won't hurt them. So the ones that we just read about, that sounds like they're going to fall away because of the doctrine of demons. They must be the weaker brothers, man. The ones that are just come new into the belief and have not yet matured in their spiritual walk yet. They haven't received maturity yet. So they're easily led away by the falsehood of the doctrine of the demons. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, Mark, we've had some, and I'm not judging, but we've had several people not continue this walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that has happened to them, but you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking from experience, just the pressures of, like I emphasized earlier, like people that have been immersed with the Ruach are unappreciated amongst their relatives and in their own town, in their own cities, that pressure alone right there can definitely burst a wine sack. You know what I mean? And you coming in, fellow brothers and sisters coming into this, they need to be uplifted and helped as much as possible, because they're going to be the only one, the lone sheep. You know what I mean? And they're going to need that brotherly love big time. I speak that from experiences first coming in. My light shines outward, and I just infect everybody that's around me. I just let my light beam outward, and this is something I was just talking to Mark about, is I find myself into empty talks or empty conversations that lead to war stories. Oh, I used to tote this gun and I used to smoke this drug. And I'm like, Yahuwah. I'll just say the name out loud just so I can direct that conversation away from vain babbling and empty talks, because I don't want foolishness to be coming out of my mouth anymore. And I say this with humility and respect and honor and integrity, because more often than not, people in the world right now don't know how to conversate unless it's something where evil becomes good and good becomes evil. It's literally like that right now. And I'm out in society and I talk to an average person, and the conversation immediately goes to how big's your house, what kind of car you got, what kind of war story you've been through, what kind of pain and sorrow you went through, what kind of this and that. And these conversations that happen in society today, strangely, as I hate to say it, I speak this with Ruach, as it's been written, good has become evil and evil has become good. And this is the time and age right now. And with our brothers and sisters, we need to, I say this with all humility. Any of us can stumble, of course. I'm not perfect, but to keep, just to be there, to uplift. I was in need of a refreshing, and I just reached out to Mark the other day, and I'm like, man, I'm going through it. I need some refreshment, and he sent me some refreshed, a refreshing drink from brothers, and I'm not saying Yahusha doesn't provide that, but you know what I mean? We're all body. We're all burst into one body now, and the pressures of society can crumble the people that are just coming in, into belief. And we don't, if it's been written, I mean, not much can be changed about prophecy. It's already been spoken, and what Yahuwah speaks will come to pass. So, but it's a warning nonetheless.
Well, it should keep everybody humble. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
You get too full of yourself.
Yes.
Not talking about anyone, but you know what I mean. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've been brought lowly.
Okay.
Phil, I've been puffed up before. I'm like, wow, this truth, this Ruach. I'm over here jumping up and down. The next day I'm low as I can be. I'm lowly. I'm on my knees crying, begging for I'm telling you, Yahuwah will chastise me and correct real quick. I say this with the utmost humility and respect. Absolutely.
We all been there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me finish this up by telling you all this, that there's a lot of people out there, scholars, smart people, right, who say that Mark 16 ends after verse 8. And then, so they try to say that it's 9 through 20 here is not in the original text. Okay, and so don't listen to that. It is what we got here, and the only reason they say that because they don't understand what we just in 17 and 18 about the casting out demons, speaking in tongues, take away serpents, drink any deadly poison, lay hands on the sick. They don't get it, and so they're afraid of it. So they try to circulate the rumor that in the original text, Mark 16 ended after verse 8. Okay, so beware of that. You'll run up against that sometime, probably in your walk with somebody who's going to bring that up, and it's not true. And so just hopefully remember this study and you'll know how to deal with that. So with that said, we have finished the book of Mark, and I'm concluding that study over. And congratulations to all those who has been here and studied the book of Mark with us and was able to complete it in full. And congratulations to all those who have been with us for 26 months, because we have officially completed studying the entire Natsarim writings and memoirs, what they call the New Testament. We are done.
Quite accomplishment there.
Quite accomplishment, and it took us 26 months to do it for everybody that's been here the whole time. And so at this point, if you've been here the whole time, boy, you should have a lot of ammunition in your pouch and should be able to understand scripture fairly well at this point. Now, I don't know what we're going to do when I get back. This is the last day you'll see me until November 8th. So I'm leaving for 2 weeks. I'll be back on November 8th, and maybe we'll talk about it then. In the meantime, y'all can think about what you want to do. I mean, we can start through the Tanakh or the Torah, or we can just jump around for whatever book that y'all want to study. Whatever you want to do is kind of think it over, and then we'll try to figure out what everybody wants to do when I get back on November 8th.
Let's try to answer the questions in the back of Job.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I don't think that's possible, man. I didn't know.
I know, but I was thinking the same thing, Job. And I've said this before. But I want to say real quick, Mark, before I forget, have a good 2 weeks off. I don't know what you're doing. It's none of my business. But
yes.
Have a good time.
Yes. You deserve
thank you.
time. You deserve that time off. Enjoy.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
And Raul's going to take over, so we'll get started.
No, I'm about to go to. I just want to tell Chance something. Chance.
Or Chance.
You know why they call us a peculiar people and set apart? Because I can count in my hand about the people that before I went into the walk that have still stayed as my friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
So
that's strong. You just gave me.
And there was a lot of committed.
That's what happens.
They've really appeared, and Raul, they really appeared committed, and it was. I thought the same thing. So
wow, yeah, Raul, you just put some heat on me right there. I just got look at this.
No, it's that's.
Can you see that?
They call
look at this. Watch
the peculiar people and the set apart, and that's why.
I just got goosebumps from that, Raul. Them 3 words that just put some heat on me right there, because we are spiritual creatures. Mark reminds me that all the time. I text him even when he's on vacation. Mark's getting texted. I don't know if he thinks he's going on vacation, but I'm texting. Mark, I'm texting you. You're gonna be answering text messages, brother Mark. Be there.
Pay unto wisdom, thou art my sister, and call understanding your closest friend.
I love
Chance,
you, Sandra. That's awesome.
I sent you an email, Chance. Look it over and then answer me, okay?
I will. Raul, thank you for them words, because we're, that spiritual creature stuff. I don't have any. This is my family. This is my family. There's no more friends in my life. There's none.
You will make new family.
Yeah.
You will make new family, but the people that's still in the flesh, and it's really hard. Because I have a grown-up daughter, and I can talk to her and stuff, but it's hard, And a sister called me that I was. She'll still talk to me, but she said that I was worshiping the devil. So you get in, So you have to prepare yourself, because things like that come at you.
Raul, man, my brother. You know what my brother said? Give me my brother back.
Mm-hmm.
He said, whatever happened to you, Chance, give me my brother back. He's like, I told him, I had to tell him about the testimonies, because he really thought that I was possessed and taken away from him from so much change. I mean, cigarettes, medication, marijuana. I mean, the list goes on. Shedding the stuff like peeling an onion, just ripping them layers off. Shred. And he just couldn't understand. He said, wow, he's like, you even control the synapses in your mind. I was like, all esteem to Yahusha. I'm in a new body now, brother, and you need to come over here. Come out of that life. Come on over here. This life's true. And he was like,
don't push a lot, because you'll only
I
come
know.
if Yahuwah wants.
I know it's that new wine in an old wineskin. You just got to drip a little in there, a little beaker, but I still need to I never quite feel good enough to bring the Basora. I always feel like I need to learn more and I need to learn more. And I just need to keep that confidence within, you know, because if I doubt my capabilities, what good am I?
The best thing you can do is live righteously and live following the commandments, and you'll shine. And people will ask you, they'll ask you, oh, why don't you come out on Shabbat? I mean, why do you stay home on Shabbat? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do? And those are the people that you can talk a little bit, and if they want, they'll ask you more. Well, I'm gonna be leaving you guys now, and I hope everybody has a nice evening tonight.
Hey, thank you for that. Hey, Raul, thank you for that message, Raul. Thank you. That helped. That actually,
Bye, everybody.
that's refreshing. Thank you.
Awesome.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Baruch haba b'shem.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Hey, Sandra, when you say that over and over again, do you feel a wave of energy come upon you?
Well, I feel a wave of energy all the time.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I could be I'll just be in the house and I'll be with my son and my daughter here, and then they're so young they could barely speak yet, but I'll just start breaking out Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah with my little masculine voice and just shouting it out here, and all of a sudden I'll just get this darkness, this heavy darkness wave of energy just come upon me like pretty heavy. So
You feel his presence, it sounds
oh
like.
man, do I ever.
Hallelujah.
Always.
Hallelujah. Praise him. Hallelujah.
I got have you, Sandra, how familiar are you with 1 Corinthians and actually I had this conversation with you a while ago in the gifts. Have you been able to identify what component you are in the body of Mashiach Yahusha? Or what where your check marks with the study that Mark did, the check marks?
What gifts have he gifted me?
Yeah, have you been able to identify what component you are?
Yeah. I'm his body.
No, I mean, like, are you the hand? Are you the foot? Are you the healer, the prophecy, the miracles, the tongue?
I'm just a servant, a loving servant.
That's good, but
I don't think nothing of myself.
yeah, the flesh. We don't want to connect to the flesh, but I was definitely doing that study and seeing, which check marks. See if you look right here.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. What I do is I'm just making sure that Sandra is dead and that he is alive through me, and that I show love. And I know that I'm like Kanak that is in the temple praying day and night.
Good. I know that.
I know that he already told me, call me aside, and that's what I do. Keep my mind still.
That's beautiful to the ears. I love hearing it. I'm glad that you're, doing that.
So it's really not in me dwelleth no good thing except he be in me. That's one thing I recognize. And when he works,
y'all ready to do the priestly blessing?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, Brother Mark. I appreciate the teaching.
You're welcome. All steam to Yahusha.
Amen.
All right, let's do it, man. Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you bless the children of Yisrael. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba Bashem
Yahuwah. The Barabas, Baruch haba Bashem Yahuwah. Baruch haba Bashem. Ereb told that means good night.
See y'all
Good
later.
evening. Good evening.
November 8th.
Good night.
Back November 8th.
Have a great trip and a safe trip.
I'll be
Yeah,
back
where are you going,
November.
Mark? Where are you going? I'm gonna come
go
pop in on you. I'm gonna come find you. Where are you going?
I'm gonna go crazy if you don't be quiet.